Echoes of Hope's Dawn. Elias Vance hacked a cough, the sound like stones grinding in a long-forgotten crypt. Weighted eyelids grudgingly peeled back, revealing a blurred tableau of splintered light and indistinct shapes. The escape pod, a cramped metal shell barely accommodating his frame, felt like a premature burial. The low thrum resonated through the hull. A somber tune played on a damaged instrument. The coppery tang of blood filled his mouth. Gingerly, he explored a painful lump blossoming on his temple. Memory returned in jagged splinters. The Hope's Dawn's death throes, screams lost to the vacuum. The spine-chilling ululation of the devourers. Elias gritted his teeth, battling a surge of nausea that he'd survived BYA hair. But survival had to matter. His fingers, clumsy and unresponsive, groped for the emergency rations. A mangled nutrient tube reluctantly surrendered a meager portion of flavorless paste. Swallowing it felt like a small victory against the growing hollowness. Hope's Dawn report, he rasped, his voice foreign and harsh. The pod's internal systems wheezed, replying with a tinny, fractured automated voice. Hull integrity, critical. Life support, marginal. Navigation, non-functional. Communications, non-functional. Estimated survival, 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days adrift in the cosmic void. Awaiting oblivion. He might as well have a tombstone already. He shut his eyes, the darkness behind his lids offering scant comfort. Horrific images danced, vivid and unwelcome. The Hope's Dawn, once a monument to human ambition, now a wrecked husk tumbling through the black. Faces swam into view, bright with laughter, radiating optimism. His crewmates, comrades, his Anya, with her vibrant auburn hair and contagious mirth. Anya, who envisioned sculpting a new world, planting gardens under alien suns. Anya, now gone. Elias's breath hitched. Grief, sharp and consuming, threatened to drown him. That he squeezed his eyes tighter, banishing the ghost. That he couldn't crumble. Not yet. He had to focus. He had to live. He had to make them pay. That he forced a deep breath. Fixating on the pod's cold, metallic odor, he initiated a diagnostic of the remaining systems, his fingers dancing over the unresponsive console. The comm system was a husk, incinerated by the devourer assault. Navigation was equally useless, unable to latch onto any celestial guideposts. Only a weak, sputtering emergency beacon remained, broadcasting a distress call with limited range. Limited, meaning useless in this remote corner of existence. Elias slammed his fist against the console, frustration boiling over. He was trapped, isolated. Beyond hope, he yearned to scream, to rail against the injustice, but knew it would be a wasted effort. All he could do was wait to expire. But something deep within resisted. The spark of defiance, kindled by anguish and rage, ignited. He refused to surrender. He owed it to Anya, to his crew, to every soul extinguished on the Hope's Dawn. That he had to retaliate. He recalled a story Anya had shared from her xenolinguistics research. That a legend whispered among the galactic fringes. The KRYLL. That a hyper-aggressive, technologically ascendant species shrouded in nightmare, said to dwell in the abyssal reaches, preying upon the vulnerable. The KRYLL, rumored to wield weapons that could shatter planets and snuff out stars, were also said to be relentlessly cruel, driven by an insatiable hunger for annihilation and dominance. No rational mind would court such an encounter. It would be akin to inviting pestilence. But Elias was beyond reason. That he was a man stripped bare, fueled by vengeance, and he knew the KRYLL, if these dark tales held truth, were the sole power capable of confronting the devourers. The desperate gamble, an invocation of demons. But what alternative remained? He set to work, his actions frantic, driven. That he deactivated the safety protocols, diverting power from the failing life support to the dormant comm array. Salvaged components from the wrecked navigation system were jury-rigged to amplify the signal. The pod shuddered violently as he pushed the systems past their breaking point. Alarms screamed, lights pulsed, but Elias ignored them. That he was single-minded, possessed. He needed to alter the frequency, emit a signal that could pierce the cosmic static, a beacon aimed at the KRYLL, wherever they lurked. Anya had spoken of their unique communication, complex energy signatures, interwoven harmonic patterns that he grasped for fragments of her notes. Lost forever in the debris of the Hope's dawn, he shut his eyes, striving to recall every detail, every subtlety. Anya's handwriting, the intricate diagrams, the mathematical equations that he felt her presence. A guiding hand, a whisper in his ear, his fingers trembling. He input the modified frequency into the comm system. It was a shot blind, a prayer offered into the void. He couldn't know if it would work or what terrors it would unleash, but he had to attempt it. He inhaled deeply and pressed the transmit button. The pod groaned under the strain. The comm system coughed, crackled, then silence. Elias held his breath, heart hammering. Had it succeeded? Had he reached them? He waited, straining for any indication, any response. Only the whir of failing life support and the silence of space answered. He was on the verge of surrender when a faint pulse flickered on the comm screen. Weak, barely perceptible, yet undeniably there. His breath snagged. He stared, disbelief widening his eyes. The signal was replying, but the language was unrecognizable, utterly alien. A complex, throbbing energy signature, a chaotic symphony of light and sound. It was the KRYL. The signal intensified, growing stronger, more insistent. It was probing, searching, dissecting. As if the KRYL were peering into his mind, stripping bare his thoughts, his emotions, his very soul. Nausea washed over Elias. He fought to sever the connection, but found himself ensnared. Then, a voice echoed within his mind. Not a voice in the traditional sense, but a direct conduit of information, a telepathic intrusion, cold, calculating, utterly devoid of empathy. Identify yourself, it demanded. Elias hesitated. He understood he was playing with Inferno, unleashing a horror upon the galaxy. But he had crossed too many lines to flee. My name is Elias Vance, he stammered. I am the sole survivor of the Hopes. Dawn Colony ship, we were attacked by the Devourers. A pause, a silence that stretched on. Then, the voice returned, colder than before. The Devourers, we are acquainted with their appetites. Hope surged. They knew the Devourers. They understood the threat they posed. We require your assistance, he begged. The Devourers are spreading, consuming worlds. If they are not stopped, they will consume everything. The voice pondered. Then it spoke. We will consider your petition, but be warned, human, our aid comes at a price. Anything, Elias croaked. We will pay anything. A chilling chuckle echoed, sending shivers down Elias's spine. Indeed, you will. The signal vanished, leaving Elias alone once more in the cold abyss. He stared at the blank screen, his mind reeling that he had made contact. He had unlocked a universe of unfathomable power. But had he rescued humanity or condemned it? He could not know. All that remained was the chilling certainty that he had wagered everything on a desperate chance, and now he could only wait. Exhaustion claimed him as he slid into oblivion, and in his dream, Anya smiled. Whether in approval or alarm, he could not. Deciphered, he clung to the hope it was the former. The cost of salvation, he suspected, would be far, far steeper than he could possibly imagine. The KRYL had heard the echo of Hope's dawn, and the galaxy was irrevocably changed. The KRYL imperative. The hollow archive flickered to life, draping the war room in an eerie cerulean glow, a spectral echo of long-past atrocities. Commander Lyra Navani, her features carved with a weariness that spoke of sleepless nights and impossible choices, observed the digital recreation of the KRYL's initial assault on Xylos. Obsidian shards of KRYL warships descended on Xylos like a swarm of carrion flies. The Xylosians, gentle beings whose lives intertwined with the great arboreal forests of their home, offered gestures of goodwill, melodic greetings and outstretched hands bearing gifts of woven light. The KRYL answered with incandescent plasma bolts. The simulation intensified, amplifying the horror. Crystalline cities and interwoven wooden structures dissolved under relentless bombardment. Xylosians, their lithe, branch-like limbs flailing, were consumed in searing flame. The KRYL followed, their chitinous carapaces gleaming under the blaze of burning woodlands. They moved with disturbing precision, reaping the Xylosians like a harvest of sentient grain. Though merely a digital construct, Their dying wails resonated within the confines of the war room. Navani's jaw tightened. Even replicated, the KRWL's barbarity was unnerving. These were the beings Elias Vance had proposed as allies to humanity's last hope, or its final judgment. The display segued to the Grolak, a race of colossal, granite-skinned warriors known for their unyielding valor and raw power. They met the KRWL's arrival with a savage resistance that reverberated across the stars, wielding axes tempered in the heart of collapsing suns. Their battle cries shook the very ground, but their courage proved insufficient. The KRYLL adapted with chilling speed. They unleashed clouds of engineered parasites that tunneled into the Grolak's rocky flesh, eroding their strength from within. They deployed specialized weaponry that scrambled the Grolak's neural architecture, turning them against themselves in a macabre orgy of destruction. The Grolak, once rulers of their planets, were reduced to chattel within their own minds, their spirits broken, their fortitude shattered. Navani killed the simulation. The room recoiled into a gentler gloom, but the afterimages seared themselves onto her retinas. The KRYLL didn't merely conquer, they devoured. They didn't forge empires, they left desolate husks. Any progress on the Devourer incursion? She asked, her voice raspy with fatigue. Lieutenant Yura, a young officer whose initial zeal had long since faded, stepped forward. No change, Commander. The Devourer swarm continues its relentless advance through the Kepler 186F sector. We've lost contact with Outpost Theta 9. Presumed consumed, sir. Navani exhaled heavily. Presumed consumed had become a sanitized euphemism for annihilation. The Devourers, an implacable, ever-expanding wave of bioengineered monstrosities, were systematically dismantling the United Stellar Alliance, leaving barren planets and derelict starships in their wake. The USA, once the Alliance's bulwark, teetered on the abyss. Their starfleets were fragmented, their supplies dwindling, and their resolve crumbling. Each solar cycle brought reports of another system swallowed, another colony lost. The Alliance High Command is reconvening. Yura continued, his tone devoid of inflection. Another round of strategic withdrawals, I expect. Navani scoffed, a humorless sound. Retreats are merely postponing the inevitable. A reprieve we can scarcely afford. She approached a holographic map projecting the Devourer's trajectory. It was a creeping crimson stain, relentlessly consuming star systems, leaving nothing but void behind. The USA's territories were delineated in blue, a shrinking bastion of hope surrounded by encroaching darkness. We've deployed every weapon in our arsenal, Navani murmured, more to herself than to Yura. Plasma projectors, kinetic accelerators, biological agents. Nothing even slows them down. Their adaptability is unparalleled. They evolve faster than we can counter them. The Devourers were a living nightmare, a bioengineered pandemic threatening to engulf all sentient life in the galaxy. The Alliance, a union of hundreds of diverse species, had initially dismissed the threat as containable. They were tragically mistaken. What about the resonant frequency weapon? Navani queried, turning back to Yura. Any advances? The prototypes remain unstable. Commander, Yura responded. We achieved a localized disruptive field, but the energy output is too volatile that it's just as likely to vaporize the operator as it is the Devourers. The resonant frequency weapon was humanity's final, reckless gamble. A device designed to target the Devourers' unique biosignatures, shattering their cellular integrity and causing them to self-destruct. If perfected, it could potentially reverse the tide, but their time was dwindling to nothing. Navani ran a hand through her close-cropped hair. The burden of leadership, the agonizing responsibility for the lives under her command, felt heavier than ever. Always a pragmatist, a soldier committed to duty and the greater good, she now found herself questioning everything. Was the greater good even achievable? Was there anything worth salvaging? Commander, Yura broke into her reverie. We've received another transmission from the KRYLL vessel. Navani's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Patch it through. The comm system crackled, and a guttural, alien cadence filled the war room. It spoke in halting galactic standard, the lingua franca of the Alliance. We have processed your entreaty, the voice rasped. We have analyzed your predicament. We conclude that your exigency aligns with our aims. A wave of unease washed over Navani. The KRWL's diction was precise, devoid of effect, and profoundly unsettling. "State your terms," she demanded. Her voice steady despite the dread constricting her chest. A pause ensued, an agonizing stillness that stretched into an eternity. Then, the KRYLL voice responded. "We require resources, planets for colonization, servitude from your species, and a sampling of the Devourer's biomass." Navani swallowed thickly. The cost was exorbitant, far surpassing her worst fears. But did they even have a choice? "We will consider your proposition," she stated, acutely aware that she was bartering humanity's very soul. The KRYLL chuckled, a chilling sound that reverberated through her bones. "Consider carefully, Commander. Time is running out." The transmission terminated, leaving the war room enveloped in an oppressive silence. Navani turned to Yora, her face a mask of grim determination. "Establish a secure channel to the President," she directed. "He needs to hear this. He needs to grasp the gravity of the situation." The impending decision, she knew, would be the most agonizing of her career, one that would irrevocably alter the course of history. But they were out of options. They had fought valiantly. They had sacrificed everything, and they had failed. Now, they faced a stark ultimatum: oblivion or a desperate pact with a species even more terrifying than the enemy they fought. Navani closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and braced herself to deliver the KRYLL imperative. The destiny of humanity, or its utter ruin, hung precariously in the balance. The fate of the galaxy rested squarely on her shoulders. Signal and silence. The blare of red alert had faded, supplanted by a persistent thrum that resonated within the command deck's metallic skeleton. Commander Lyra Navani stood ramrod straight, facing the holographic projection of the Sol system. The familiar azure sphere was now defiled, consumed by sprawling tendrils of devourer biomass, a malignant growth infecting a dying organism. Each crimson spark marked a lost colony, a silent scream across the gulf of space. "Status," she stated, her tone even, devoid of effect. Chief Communications Officer Reyes, weariness and mounting apprehension etched into his features, approached. "Commander, we've pinpointed the source of the rogue transmission. Outpost 7, orbiting Kepler 186F. Navani frowned. Outpost 7, a secluded research outpost, primarily dedicated to xenobotanical studies. Who authorized a transmission of that scale? Reyes hesitated, his gaze dropping to the deck plates. Nobody, Commander. It appears to be unsanctioned. The ensuing silence felt suffocating. Navani felt a cold premonition crawl up her spine. Unauthorized transmissions were rare, drawing severe penalties, often the result of a technician's yearning for an off-world romance. This, however, felt different. The transmission's energy signature, relayed by Reyes, was far too deliberate, too potent for simple defiance. Identify the responsible party. Elias Vance, Commander, lead xenobotanist at Outpost 7. Elias Vance. The name resonated faintly. A brilliant, if unconventional, mind, author of seminal papers on symbiotic relationships between plant life and alien ecosystems. But what reason could compel a botanist to send unauthorized messages, especially as the alliance crumbled? What was contained within the transmission, Reyes? Reyes swallowed hard. That's the crux of the issue, Commander. It's intensely encrypted, employing a frequency we've never encountered. We've only managed a partial decryption of the header. It seems to be addressed to the KRYLL. The name hung in the air like a curse. The KRYLL, a nomadic, savagely aggressive race, infamous for their brutal efficiency in conquering and devouring entire star systems. They represented the antithesis of the United Stellar Alliance, embodying everything humanity struggled to overcome. Contact was strictly prohibited, punishable by decades in cryo-imprisonment. A wave of anger, swiftly overtaken by gut-wrenching fear, washed over Navani. The KRYLL, are you certain? Affirmative, Commander. The encryption key aligns with known KRYLL communication protocols, though considerably modified. Modified? Vance hadn't merely stumbled upon their frequency. He'd actively dissected it, adapted it, and used it as a beacon. The implications were staggering. Why, in God's name, would Vance contact the KRYLL? She demanded, the question directed at the uncaring void. Chief Strategist Anya Sharma stepped forward, her expression grave. We reviewed Vance's file. Commander T submitted a proposal months ago that a desperate long shot. He posited that an alliance with the KRYLL might be our only recourse against the Devourers. Navani stared at Sharma, disbelieving. An alliance? With the KRYLL? They would bleed us dry, strip our planets, chain our people. It's unthinkable. His argument was that the KRYLL's boundless hunger for conquest could be turned against the Devourers. Sharma countered, her tone measured. They might perceive the Devourers as a rival apex predator, a threat to their own dominance. And you indulged this insanity? Navani snapped, her gaze sweeping the assembled officers. We rejected it. Naturally, Commander, Sharma replied, her face impassive. However, given the current predicament and Vance's actions, we deemed it prudent to re-examine the concept. Navani ran a hand through her closely cropped hair, struggling to maintain composure. The situation was fracturing. The Devourers pressed closer. Humanity stood on the precipice of annihilation, and now a renegade botanist had potentially unleashed an even greater horror. What are the odds they'll respond? She queried, the question tinged with grim resignation. Reyes hesitated. KRYLL communication is erratic. Commander, they seldom acknowledge unsolicited contact. But Vance's altered frequency, it might spark their interest. As if summoned, a low, guttural resonance reverberated through the command deck. Every head snapped towards the communications array. Reyes's fingers danced across the console, his face ashen. Commander, we're receiving a signal from the KRYLL. Silence descended, broken only by the whir of life support. Navani felt her heart hammer, a relentless drumbeat of dread echoing in her ears. This was it. The critical juncture. Humanity's destiny hung precariously. Reyes cleared his throat. The message is concise, Commander, terse. He paused, meeting Navani's gaze. It reads, coordinates received. Purpose? The two words, stark and devoid of inflection, hung like a sentence of doom. The KRYLL had answered. But with what intent? Curiosity? Amusement? Or simply evaluating their next conquest? Navani drew a deep breath, forcing herself to remain grounded. They had unleashed chaos. Now they faced the fallout. Reyes, transmit a reply. Acknowledge receipt. Indicate our desire for an audience. An audience, Commander? Are you certain? Sharma asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. What choice remains, Anya? Navani countered, her gaze hardening. The Devourers are at the gate. Our allies have crumbled. We are devoid of options. If even the slightest glimmer of hope exists with the KRYLL, we must seize it. But at what cost, Lyra? Sharma pressed. The KRYLL are not altruists. They are conquerors. They will extract a toll for their assistance, a price we may be unable to afford. I am cognizant of the dangers, Anya, Navani said, her voice low, resolute. But I refuse to let humanity flicker out without defiance. That we will negotiate, that we will bargain, that we will expend every resource to survive, even if it requires consorting with devils. She turned back to the holographic representation of the Sol system, her gaze locked on the advancing darkness. The future of humanity rested on her shoulders, an oppressive weight that threatened to crush her. But she wouldn't yield, she wouldn't break. She would confront the KRYLL, and she would fight for her people's survival, even if it meant sacrificing everything she cherished. Transmit the message, Reyes, she commanded, her voice ringing with newly forged resolve. And brace for the worst. The command deck was quiet, save for the hum of machinery and the frantic clatter of Reyes's fingers on the console. Every second seemed extended, morphing into a vast, unknowable future. Navani shut her eyes, picturing the faces of her kin, her companions, the countless billions who placed their faith in her. She would not fail them. She would not capitulate. She would find a path to deliverance, even if it meant embracing the shadows. The KRYLL's response wasn't immediate, and the minutes stretched into agonizing hours, thick with tense expectation and hushed debates. The command staff grappled with the potential fallout of this desperate gamble, weighing the faint hope of survival against the distinct threat of subjugation or destruction. As the hours bled away, an undercurrent of disquiet spread through the command deck. The KRYLL were noted for their swift, decisive strikes. Their silence felt ominous, a signal they were either uninterested or, perhaps more disturbingly, devising a scheme of their OW&AT long last. As dawn painted the embattled earth, a signal pulsed through the comms arrayed. It was short, brutal, and delivered without embellishment. Terms will be delivered. Prepare for envoy. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. An envoy. The KRYL were dispatching an envoy a delegation to discuss the terms of their alliance, or perhaps, more accurately, their surrender. Navani felt a tremor course through her. The game had commenced, and the stakes had never been higher. Prepare a secure landing zone, she directed, her voice masking the trepidation she felt. And alert all personnel that we are about to receive guests. The command deck surged into action as officers raced to fulfill her commands. The fate of humanity stood on the brink, and all they could do was wait at a bargain with savages. I violated directives. Commander Dye grasped the enormity of that. Elias Vance stood unyielding, the outpost strobing crimson lights painting his gaunt features in a disconcerting chiaroscuro. Unshaven, his grizzled stubble aged him beyond his years. The keen spark usually present in his eyes had been extinguished, replaced by a haunted hollowness. Navani reclined against the repurposed command chair, the recycled air's metallic bite pervasive in the close quarters. The failing life support hummed a mournful dirge, a constant reminder of their dwindling lifeline. Violated? That minimizes it. Doctor, you committed an act of sedition. You contacted a species known for their decisive solutions. They're the only hope we have, Elias countered, his tone sharper. The KRYL, they've weathered the Devourer's onslaught, they've endured that, we've studied their engagements. Commander, we understand their strategies, their arsenal. Granted, they're savage, but demonstrably effective. We teeter on the brink of oblivion, and you fixate on procedure. Navani's fist struck the armrest with brutal force, the resulting tremor rattling the room. Don't presume to instruct me on procedure. Doctor, protocol safeguards us from anarchy. Procedure is what distinguishes us from them. She gestured towards the void, towards the KRYL, towards the Devourers, the lurking terrors beyond their outposts' fading glow. And where has blind adherence to protocol led us, Commander? Elias retorted, desperation underscoring his words. The Devourers are consuming the Sol system wholesale. Earth, lost. Mars, a wasteland. We're entombed in this rusting husk, awaiting consumption. Tell me, what value are your sacred procedures now? Navani's eyes closed, the weight of command a crushing burden. That a vision of Earth, a vibrant blue jewel against the cosmic black, flickered, a memory rapidly fading. The faces of fallen comrades swam before her, their sacrifices seared into her very being. The KRYL are barbarians, Elias, she stated, her voice quieter, yet firm. They obliterate entire civilizations. They strip planets bare of all life. They aren't allies, they're predators. We possess nothing they covet, Commander, Elias pleaded, urgency coloring his tone. Except a common adversary. The Devourers menace them as well. That we can furnish intelligence, technology, a transient alliance of expedients. And what concessions will they demand? Navani inquired, her gaze penetrating. What toll will they exact for their expedience? Elias faltered. I can't say for sure, but any price must be preferable to utter extinction. Navani rose, the metallic screech of the chair legs against the floor echoing in the silence. She approached the viewport, her gaze fixed on the swirling chaos of the Devourer advance. The approaching swarm cast eerie, elongated shadows across the control panel, constricting the room, heightening the sense of claustrophobia. Damn you, Elias, she breathed, more to herself than him. Damn you for rekindling hope. Damn you for forcing me to entertain this madman's scheme. She pivoted, her features a study in conflicting emotions, anger and resignation. The KRYL emissary is scheduled for arrival in approximately 12 hours. Your transmission, a blanket invitation that were utterly blind to their forces, their numbers, their true agenda. I'm aware, Elias rasped, almost inaudible. I gambled, but I believe the stakes warranted the risk. Navani stared at him for a long moment, inscrutable. Then, a sigh escaped her, heavy with reluctant acceptance. Get out, she ordered. I require solitude. Elias nodded. Turning to comply as he neared the door, Navani's voice cut through the silence. Elias, she said, her tone sharp. If this backfires, if the KRYL betray us, you will answer for it, personally. Elias turned, meeting her gaze. Understood, Commander. He departed, leaving Navani alone with her thoughts and the outpost's relentless, dying thrum. She activated the comm system. Navani to USA Command, she announced, her voice steady despite the inner turmoil. Requesting secure channel immediately. Almost instantly, General Thompson's image, flickering erratically due to signal degradation, materialized on the main screen. Fatigue etched deep lines into his face, but his eyes retained their sharp, commanding glint. Navani, he acknowledged, his voice somber. Report. Navani inhaled deeply. Sir, a situation has arisen. Dr. Elias Vance, lead xenobotanist at Outpost 7, has initiated unauthorized contact with the KRYL. Thompson's visage darkened. The KRYL? Are you out of your mind? That's akin to striking a bargain with Lucifer to repel a lesser demon. I acknowledge the inherent dangers, sir, Navani responded, her voice unwavering. However, Dr. Vance believes they represent our sole recourse, that he posits that their past engagements with the Devourers provide them with the requisite knowledge and weaponry. And what tribute will they demand, Navani? Thompson pressed, skepticism lacing his tone. What will they extract in exchange for their aid? Unknown, sir, Navani conceded. But Dr. Vance's assessment is that whatever the price, it will pale in comparison to complete eradication. Silence stretched, punctuated only by the comm system's static. Thompson scrubbed a hand across his weary face, his gaze lost on some distant point. We've reviewed Vance's data, he finally declared. His conclusions possess a degree of validity. The KRYL have indeed encountered the Devourers. Their methods are brutal, undeniably effective. Simulations indicate that a coordinated assault, blending our technology with their savagery, could potentially disrupt the Devourer offensive, temporarily at least. Then you concur, sir? Navani ventured, a spark of hope flickering within. Thompson sighed heavily. I concur with nothing, Navani, that I merely present the findings. Our present reality offers no palatable solutions. Every route leads to potential catastrophe, but inaction guarantees our demise. He locked his gaze on Navani, his eyes filled with grim resolve. Here's our course of action that we're authorizing a temporary reprieve for Dr. Vance. He retains the authority to negotiate with the KRYL envoy. Sir, are you certain? Navani questioned, her voice laced with misgiving. We are potentially unleashing a force no less destructive than the Devourers themselves. Certainty is a luxury we can no longer afford, Navani. Thompson countered, his voice weighed with exhaustion. We are devoid of alternatives. We must seize this chance, however improbable. Prepare for the KRYL emissary's arrival. Adopt a defensive posture, but refrain from initiating hostilities. That I reiterate. Refrain from initiating hostilities. We must ascertain their desires before committing irrevocably. He paused, adding with a low, ominous tone. And Navani, pray we haven't inadvertently condemned humanity to an even more appalling fate. The screen went dark, leaving Navani immersed in the strobing light. The weight of the world, or its remnants, firmly entrenched on her shoulders. A chilling premonition washed over her, a deep-seated apprehension that they stood on the precipice of unleashing a true horror upon the galaxy. But what choice remained? With all hope seemingly extinguished, they had extended a final plea to the galaxy's most dangerous inhabitants. Now, the consequences awaited. She straightened her shoulders, inhaling deeply. All hands, she broadcast over the comm system, her voice resolute. Prepare for the KRYL emissary's arrival. This is not a drill. May God have mercy on us. As the crew of Outpost 7 scrambled, preparing for the arrival of their potential saviors, or ultimate destroyers. Navani directed her attention to another critical matter. The energy frequency weapon, a barely functional prototype, constituted their only bargaining chip, their sole technological advantage over the KRYLL. Its development had been a desperate gambit, a last-ditch effort to discover some viable countermeasure against the Devourers. Now, it might be the only thing standing between humanity and total obliteration. She engaged a secure channel to the research lab. Dr. Chun, she stated, her voice urgent. The frequency weapon status, readiness for deployment. Moments later, Dr. Chen's face, drawn and ashen, appeared on the screen. Commander, she reported, her voice trembling slightly. We've achieved a breakthrough. We've managed to stabilize the frequency. It's incredibly potent. Commander.it could potentially disrupt the Devourer swarm, creating a temporary window of opportunity. But, Navani prompted, detecting the tremor of hesitation. But it remains unstable, Commander, Chen confessed. The energy output is unpredictable. The risk of catastrophic failure remains high. And the frequency itself exhibits some unforeseen side effects. We're detecting anomalous energy fluctuations in the surrounding area that we have no comprehension of their significance. Navani closed her eyes, briefly. Another gamble, another perilous unknown, but time had run out. Dr. Chun, she commanded, her voice firm despite the knot of fear tightening in her stomach. Prepare the weapon for immediate deployment. Contingencies may necessitate its use sooner than anticipated. She terminated the connection and returned to the viewport, her gaze fixated on the swirling vortex of the approaching Devourer swarm. The KRYLL were en route. The frequency weapon neared readiness. The humanity's fate dangled precariously, suspended between two horrific possibilities. The Thorn conjecture. The pristine observation room felt like a cage of bone around Elias. He was the specimen now, awaiting the incision of an experiment. General Thompson's words echoed. The KRYLL, a long shot, a last-ditch play. His to finesse, if anyone could. Yet, a chill of uncertainty prickled Elias as the door sighed open, admitting a figure wreathed in the phantom aroma of scorched bread. Vance, I presume? The man offered a hand, its grip surprisingly firm despite his rumpled state. Thorn, Eris Thorn. I dabble in xenolinguistics, flirt with xenosociology, and occasionally tango with xenopsychology. Though xeno feels inadequate, wouldn't you say? It posits a chasm, an alienage, where none might exist. It's all just echoing designs, verbal shapes mirroring behavioral shapes, reflecting patterns in the mind. Elias interrupted, a skill honed by Thompson's own verbosity. Dr. Thorne, time is of the essence. The KRYLL are hardly renowned for their patience. Thorne blinked, lenses magnifying his already saucer-like eyes. Patience? Scarcely. What echoes we've caught suggest a distinct lack, though caught implies deliberate messaging. I suspect their broadcasts are more akin to shouting into a tempest, praying someone discerns your sonnet. Elias exhaled slowly. This promised to be a trial. He indicated the array of screens displaying fractured light and garbled audio. Humanity's meager grasp of the KRYLL. This is it. Their tongue is fractured, belligerent at a sonic battlefield. Thorne adjusted his spectacles, examining the screens with unnerving focus. Fractured, perhaps, to a naive ear. I see it as densely interwoven, weighted with knowledge to near bursting. Less a language, more a verbal armament of will. Elias arched a brow. Verbal armament? Precisely. Examine the phonemes, those guttural clicks and rasps. Not mere sounds, Vance, but sonic bludgeons. Each utterance engineered to cow, to subjugate, to psychologically dismantle any rival. Mostly. He swiveled, his gaze intense. You see, Vance, everyone assumes the KRYLL are mere brutes, driven by reflex and bloodlust at a perilous, lazy conclusion. Every species, however savage, abides by a creed, a structure of comprehension. Our task lies in cracking that structure. Elias leaned in, his interest piqued despite himself. Your hypothesis? Thorne grinned, a touch of mania in his eyes. Reciprocal annihilation, that's the linchpin, Vance. Reciprocal annihilation. He began to pace, hands sketching arcs in the air. Reciprocal annihilation, elaborate. Imagine a system where worth isn't tallied by accumulation, but by expungement, where the zenith of respect, of, dare I say, fondness, is to deconstruct, to obliterate, to reduce to raw components. He paused, a strange smile twisting his lips. Barbaric, I grant you. But ponder it. They combat the devourers, yes? No negotiation, no parley, utter destruction. And half for millennia. Elias weighed this. Disconcerting, yet compelling. So, they prize destruction as a conduit of communication? Transcending that, Vance that it's the cornerstone of their very culture, their mode of self-definition, their interaction with existence. They exist in a perpetual, brutal cycle of origination through ruination. To them, perhaps, the devourers aren't merely enemies. They are partners in a cosmic dance of devastation. A shiver snaked down Elias's spine. And we can leverage this, turn it to advantage. Thorn ceased pacing, pinning Elias with a sharp stare. We must. Comprehension is supremacy, Vance. And if we comprehend the KRYLL, we can foresee them. We can direct them. We can, perhaps, endure. He seized a stylus, flooding a nearby holographic display with bizarre figures and equations. Now, these fragmented utterances. I've marked a recurring sequence, a tonal shift aligning with surges of aggression. A gauntlet flung down. Show us your metal sort of thing. Basic, yes, yet undeniably forceful that we must respond in kind. Elias frowned. Respond in kind. You want us to insult them? Thorn chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Not precisely. View it as competitive vocalization. A display of might. A demonstration of destructive capacity. We must demonstrate we are not quarry. That we, too, wield the power of reciprocal annihilation. The ensuing hours blurred into a maelstrom of linguistic dissection, sound wave sculpting, and increasingly eccentric proposals from Thorn. He insisted on playing recordings of collapsing stars at various pitches, claiming they'd resonate with the KRLL's destructive sensitivities. He even attempted to drill Elias in a series of guttural clicks and rasps, vital for establishing dominance resonance. Elias felt absurd, twisting his face into grotesque shapes, emitting sounds akin to a dying sea mammal. Yet, a nascent sense of potential stirred. Thorn's notions were outlandish, bordering on lunacy, yet possessed a strange internal logic, a disturbing coherence. The core challenge, translating intent. KRYLL communications were devoid of nuance, raw, and visceral. Like decoding a profound philosophical work scribbled entirely in screams. Thorn posited that the solution lay in identifying the underlying emotional states fueling the KRYLL pronouncements. Fear, rage, loathing, universal touchstones, Vance. Their expression differs, yet the root urge remains constant. We must locate those junctures, that emotional common ground. Even if that common ground is a shared craving for oblivion. They honed in on a particularly garbled transmission, a series of fractured phrases punctuated by bursts of static. Thorn believed it a KRYLL war cry, a declaration before engaging the devourers. He slowed it, filtered the noise, isolated the key phonemes. Listen, he urged, voice hushed with excitement. There, at the close, that guttural scrape. Not mere aggression, Vance, but defiance, the refusal to yield, a primal shriek against the abyss. Elias listened intently, focusing on the alien cadences. He couldn't grasp the words, but felt the untamed feeling behind them. A desperate, defiant roar, a challenge to the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, an alarm sliced through the room. Red light pulsed, staining the sterile white walls with a lurid glow. What's happening? Elias demanded. The technician scrambled in, face drained of color. Sir, we've intercepted a new KRYLL transmission. It's different, more lucid than anything before. The technician played the transmission, still harsh and guttural, but possessing a discernible structure, a sense of purpose. Thorn gasped, eyes widening. They're responding. Something was understood, something we did. He swiveled to Elias, face flushed with triumph. We're penetrating, Vance, a genuine breakthrough. The KRYLL transmission ceased, leaving a silence heavier than any din. The technician eyed Elias. Apprehension etched on his features. "Sir," he stated, I believe they are posing a question." A surge of adrenaline coursed through Elias. This was it. The crucible. He turned to Thorn, eyes narrowed. "Their query, Doctor?" Thorn paused, attending to the lingering static. "They are asking," he whispered, "if we are worthy to annihilate at their side. The price of salvation." Worthy? The KRLL's synthesized tone, still ringing in the sterile chamber, carried the weight of a cold calculation, like a livestock appraiser eyeing a prize bull. Elias swallowed, the stale, recycled air offering scant relief to his scratchy throat. Dr. Eris Thorn, fussing with the translator, finally glanced up, his pupils magnified and wide behind thick lenses. "It's more peculiar than I anticipated," he blurted, nudging his spectacles up his nose. The direct translation implies potential for mutual obliteration. Yet, in context, it's about balance. Allegiance isn't their concern, nor is servitude. They seek an exchange. Commander Navani, her face bearing the lines of profound fatigue that belied her piercing gaze, stepped to the fore. An exchange? What could we possibly possess that a species capable of withstanding the devourers might covet? Thorn began to pace, his slender fingers tapping a rapid rhythm against the metallic table. "That's the riddle, isn't it? They function on a principle of reciprocal ruin. Imagine it as a cosmic ledger. They expend energy combating the devourers. Thus, they require a commensurate expenditure, or the possibility of such, from those they assist. A forfeiture, if you will." "A forfeiture," Navani echoed, her voice drained. "So we proffer lives? Human lives?" A glacial dread seeped into Elias's core. It was a facet he'd neglected. He'd been so consumed by the Alliance's promise that he'd failed to consider the unavoidable cost. Thorn shook his head, his agitation heightened. "Not necessarily lives, Commander. Broaden your perspective. Consider that information. Might. The aptitude for a destructive act mirroring the aid they render. They need assurance of our capacity to inflict equal damage upon the enemy. They require evidence of something precious, something warranting the gamble they would undertake." "And what do we hold that answers that description, Thorn?" Navani countered, her tone edged with disbelief. "Our weaponry is futile against the devourers. Our fortifications are crumbling. What mutual obliteration potential do we boast?" Elias's mind churned. The KRYL obviously placed a premium on tactical advantage, intelligence that could swing the conflict against the devourers, and he knew of something, a pursuit fraught with peril, nearly unattainable, but potentially priceless. "I have a thought," he ventured, his voice barely audible. He straightened, drawing resolve from the dire nature of their predicament. "There's a research center, a pre-collapse installation, nestled on the outer reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy. It was dedicated to scrutinizing the devourers, seeking to unravel their biology, their vulnerabilities." Navani's eyebrows arched. "Andromeda, that's a death sentence. It's swarming with devourers." "I'm aware," Elias conceded. However, the facility was shielded, employing experimental technology. It's conceivable, just conceivable, that it still harbors data concerning a devourer weakness, something they haven't yet encountered, a factor that could afford us, or the KRYL, an advantage. Thorn's eyes grew large behind his lenses. "The Ethereum project. I've only seen theoretical diagrams. Rumor had it they unearthed a resonance frequency, a particular energy wavelength that disrupted the devourer's cellular integrity. But the initiative was abandoned, deemed too perilous. The facility was lost during the opening salvos." "Lost, not annihilated," Elias retorted. "If the shielding endured, the data might remain intact. It's a wager, I grant you, a long shot. But it's the sole option I can conceive of that would hold equivalent value for the KRYL. A possible weapon, a linchpin for crippling the devourers." Navani remained silent for a long moment, her gaze locked on Elias. He could almost see the calculations swirling in her mind, the assessment of impossible odds. "And you believe you can retrieve this data?" she finally inquired, her voice dangerously even. "I believe we can attempt it," Elias responded, meeting her gaze. "We'll necessitate a specialized contingent, a vessel capable of navigating devourer territory, and someone versed in the facility's architecture. That would be myself, Thorn interjected, his voice surprisingly resolute. I've dedicated years to the Ethereum project that I know the schematics, the procedures that I can access the data, assuming it's present. Navani pivoted to Thorn, her expression impenetrable. You grasp the stakes, Doctor? This isn't a theoretical exercise. This is a suicidal undertaking. Thorn swallowed hard, his confidence momentarily wavering. Yes, Commander, but the alternative is utter destruction that I'm willing to accept the risk. Navani inclined her head slowly. Very well, that we'll assemble a team. But this operation must be precise. Economical, we cannot squander resources on a fool's errand. She wheeled back to Elias, her eyes narrowing. You swayed me that this was a worthwhile endeavor, Vance, that you're joining us. Elias had anticipated nothing less. He knew he had to be present, to see his gamble through to its conclusion, to discover whether his desperate bid to preserve humanity would succeed or doom them all. The following hours dissolved into a whirlwind of activity. Navani, despite her reservations, coordinated the arrangements with harsh efficiency. A heavily modded scout vessel, the Icarus, was designated for the task. Its chief advantage lay in its cloaking abilities, although its offensive arsenal was paltry. A cohort of specialists was assembled, battle-hardened veterans, engineers, and a handful of scientists familiar with the intricacies of Devourer technology. As Elias scrutinized the mission parameters, he felt a tight coil of anxiety constricting his gut. The odds were overwhelmingly against them. Andromeda was a death trap, and the Ethereum facility could amount to nothing more than a pile of debris. Yet, he had to maintain faith, for the sake of everyone aboard that vessel, for the sake of humankind, that they were charting a course toward deliverance, not final annihilation. Meanwhile, Thorn was a flurry of frenetic energy, engrossed in diagrams, muttering under his breath, and occasionally launching into extended, convoluted expositions regarding the Ethereum project's theoretical foundations. Despite his eccentricities, Elias recognized Thorn's brilliance, his unwavering commitment to his vocation, that he was a precious asset, yet also a liability. His social awkwardness and propensity to panic could prove disastrous in a crisis. Doctor, Elias interjected, cutting off one of Thorn's particularly dense explanations about resonance frequencies. I need you to center yourself. This isn't a lecture hall. This is a genuine mission, with concrete consequences. Thorn blinked, his eyes widening behind his spectacles. Indeed, Mr. Vance, that I comprehend that simply the Ethereum project was such a pioneering venture, it's lamentable that it never reached its full potential. We may have an opportunity to fulfill it now, Elias stated, his voice firm. But only if we collaborate, and only if we remain focused. Navani entered the briefing room, her expression somber. The Icarus is prepped for launch. That we're running simulations, but nothing can adequately prepare us for the perils that await. That I want everyone to understand this may be a one-way ticket. We're going in, we're acquiring the data, and we're extracting ourselves to no acts of heroism, no needless risks. Our priority is the mission objective. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the assembled group, settling on Elias. Vance, you initiated this. You convinced me this was a worthwhile gamble. Do not disappoint me. Elias nodded, his throat constricted. I will not, Commander. As the Icarus readied itself to initiate the jump to hyperspace, Elias stood on the bridge, watching the stars elongate into streaks of light. He understood that the destiny of humanity rested on his shoulders. On the triumph of this improbable mission, he had struck a bargain with fate, and now he was compelled to honor the terms. The jump induced disorientation, but was fleeting. As the Icarus emerged from hyperspace, the Andromeda galaxy loomed before them, a swirling tableau of stars and nebulae, at once captivating and terrifying. Yet, it was not the stars that inspired dread in Elias. It was the shadows, the murky blotches that marred the celestial canvas, the unmistakable hallmarks of Devourer presence. We're approaching the Ethereum facility, the pilot announced, his voice strained with apprehension. I'm registering residual energy signatures consistent with pre-collapse shielding technology, but there's also considerable Devourer activity in the vicinity. Navani's voice crackled over the comms. Maintain stealth. That we cannot afford detection. Thorn, Prepare to interface with the facility systems. As the Icarus edged closer to the Ethereum facility, Elias felt a rush of adrenaline. He had journeyed this distance, jeopardized everything. Now, he was on the precipice of discovering whether his gamble had proved fruitful or whether he had led humankind to its final, desperate demise. Data retrieval. The holographic schematics of Research Station Kepler swam before Commander Navani's eyes. Every corridor, every ventilation shaft, every emergency exit was etched in glowing blue lines. Kepler, she said, her voice flat, was ground zero at the epicenter of the Devourer outbreak in Andromeda. Beside her, Dr. Thorne, a whirlwind of nervous energy barely contained within his biosuit, adjusted his goggles. Indeed, Commander.IT was here that the Ethereum project made its unfortunate discovery, and where, hopefully, the data we need remains intact. Navani cut him a sharp look, intact under layers of Devourer biomass, and God knows what else. The room, a cramped briefing chamber aboard the Icarus, felt suffocating. Around the table sat the other members of the retrieval team. Sergeant Marcus Cole, a hulking mountain of muscle and cybernetic enhancements. Specialist Lena Hansen, the team's xenobiologist, her face pale but determined, and Jax Ratterson, their resident tech wizard, who was currently juggling a data chip and a half-eaten ration bar. Elias Vance stood at the head of the table, his face grim, his eyes holding that unnerving intensity Navani had come to both respect and fear. The KRYL assure us that the Icarus' cloaking technology will allow us to approach Kepler undetected. However, once inside, we are on our own. The station's internal defenses are long gone. Expect heavy Devourer resistance. Navani leaned forward. What about the data itself? Is it even accessible? According to our preliminary analysis, Thorne interjected, the primary data core is located deep within the station's central processing unit that it's shielded, but not impervious. Rat assures me he has the tools necessary to crack it. Rat, mid-juggle, grinned. Tools, Commander? I prefer to think of them as instruments of digital persuasion. A little coaxing here, a little bypass there. The data will be singing like a canary in no time. Navani suppressed a sigh that Rat's flippant attitude grated on her nerves, but she couldn't deny his skill. He was a walking, talking, code-cracking Swiss Army knife. Vance continued. The KRYL have provided us with a biosuppressant designed to temporarily repel the Devourers. It's a contact agent, delivered via aerosol. Use it sparingly. It won't kill them, but it will buy us time. Time we desperately need, Navani muttered. The briefing concluded with a final, sobering reminder of the stakes. Failure wasn't an option. The fate of humanity rested on the data locked away within that infested tomb. The Icarus slipped through the asteroid field surrounding Kepler like a wraith. The approach was eerily silent. The only sound the hum of the ship's engines and the rhythmic thump of Navani's heart. As they drew closer, the station loomed into view. A colossal, cylindrical structure. Scarred and disfigured by the Devourer infestation, tendrils of pulsating biomass snaked across its surface, like malignant veins on a dying body. Cloak disengaging, the ship's AI announced. Here we go, Navani said, her voice barely a whisper. The team geared up, donning their combat armor and weapons. Navani checked her pulse rifle, the weight familiar and comforting in her hands. She took a deep breath, trying to quell the rising tide of anxiety. Rat approached her, his usual smirk absent. Hey, Commander, he said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. Just wanted to say good luck? And, if things go south, tell my mom I said hi. Navani managed a weak smile. We're all coming back. Rat, don't you worry. The team boarded the armored transport, its magnetic clamps locking onto the station's outer hull. With a jolt, the transport detached, and they were adrift in the silent void, approaching the yawning maw of Kepler's primary docking bay. The doors hissed open, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Corridors were choked with debris, twisted metal, and glistening patches of Devourer slime. The air hung thick with the stench of decay and something else, something alien and unsettling. Suppressant deployed, Hansen announced. Activating her aerosol sprayer, a fine mist filled the air, carrying with it a faint, metallic scent. They moved cautiously, their weapons raised, their senses on high alert. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional drip of some unidentifiable fluid and the hiss of their respirators. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A horde of devourers erupted from the shadows. Their grotesque forms a nightmarish tableau of chitin and razor-sharp claws. They surged forward, their guttural screeches echoing through the corridors. Contact! Cole roared, unleashing a hail of plasma fire. The team returned fire, their pulse rifles spitting bolts of energy that tore through the devourers' ranks. The biosuppressant seemed to be working, slowing the creatures down, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Navani moved with practiced efficiency, her pulse rifle a seamless extension of her arm. She aimed for the weak points in the devourer's armor, targeting their exposed flesh with deadly accuracy. Rat, surprisingly agile, darted between cover, firing bursts from his modified plasma pistol. He wasn't a soldier, but he held his own, his quick reflexes and improvisational skills keeping him alive. "We need to move," Navani shouted over the din of battle. "Central processing unit is that way." She pointed down a debris-choked corridor. They fought their way through the horde, pushing forward inch by agonizing inch. The devourers swarmed them, their relentless attacks testing the limits of their endurance. Finally, they reached the corridor leading to the central processing unit, but it was heavily guarded, a dense wall of devourers blocking their path. "Cole, Hansen, suppressive fire," Navani ordered. "Rat, with me." Cole and Hansen laid down a withering barrage of plasma fire, pinning the devourers down. Navani and Rat charged forward, using the chaos as cover. They reached a side passage, a narrow ventilation shaft that offered a potential detour. "This way," Rat said, pointing. "I can reroute us." The ventilation shaft was cramped and claustrophobic, forcing them to crawl on their hands and knees. The air was thick with dust and the reek of decay. "How much further?" Navani asked, her voice strained. "Almost there," Rat replied, his voice muffled. "I'm picking up the CPU's energy signature that's just beyond this junction." They reached the junction, a T-shaped intersection in the ventilation shaft. Rat pulled out a small device, a handheld scanner that emitted a series of beeps and clicks. "Okay," he said, his eyes scanning the readings. "I need to bypass this security grid. It's blocking access to the CPU core." He set to work, his fingers flying across the device's keypad. Sparks flew as he spliced wires and rerouted circuits. Almost got it," he exclaimed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The security grid flickered and died as a small access panel slid open, revealing a network of cables and circuits. "There," Rat said, pointing. "That's the main data line that I can tap into it from here." He connected his data chip to the access panel and began downloading the Ethereum project data. The process was slow, agonizingly slow, the progress bar inching forward at a snail's pace. "Hurry, Rat," Navani urged. "We don't have much time." Suddenly, the ventilation shaft shook. A deafening roar echoed through the corridors. "They're on to us," Cole shouted over the comms. "We're being overrun." The progress bar on Rat's device was only halfway complete. "Damn it," Rat cursed. "Almost there, just a little bit more." Navani glanced at the access panel and back at Rat. Then she made her decision. "Rat, get out of here." Rat looked up, startled. "What? But the data. I'll cover you. Get back to the transport. That's an order, Ratterson." Rat hesitated, then nodded grimly. He disconnected his data chip and scrambled back into the ventilation shaft. Navani took a deep breath, drew her pulse rifle, and prepared to face the horde alone. She set her mind. One last call had to work. It just had to. Frequency of despair. Rat lurched onward through Research Station Kepler's ruined guts, the data drive a cold weight in his sweating palm. Each intake of air burned. Each footfall echoed the brutal beating he'd endured. A cloying miasma of scorched circuits and putrid biology coated his tongue. Behind him, the station creaked and shuddered, a mortally wounded Leviathan exhaling its last. He wasn't alone in this tomb. Marines Ramirez and Chin bracketed him, lasers tracking unseen threats in the gloom. A raw gash bled freely down Ramirez's arm, his face a mask of pallid grit. Chun, a mountain of a man even swallowed by the dim emergency spill, moved with quiet, implacable menace. They were the remnants of Navani's squad. "Further, Rat," Ramirez rasped, pain lacing his voice. Close. Rat choked, squinting at the erratic display of his wrist emergency pods. Sector Gamma 9, almost there. The trek became a descent into nightmare. Skittering packs of devourers, lured by the station's imminent demise, materialized from the shadows. Each encounter was a savage ballet, a frenzied exchange of searing energy and rending claws. They flowed through the derelict like phantoms, lethal and hushed. Ramirez and Chun held the line while Rat navigated the shard of guilt-pierced Rat's resolve. Navneet conjured her face, calm, unwavering, as she gave the order to leave. Her sacrifice had gifted him this chance, this sliver of possibility. He wouldn't squander it. He couldn't. Finally, Sector Gamma 9 emerged from the labyrinth. The escape pods, scarred and compact, offered a beacon of hope. But even here, within this fragile sanctuary, the devourers waited, a writhing mass of them. Chitinous exoskeletons gleaming under the blood-red lights choked the exit. Damn, Chun rumbled, hefting his weapon. Looks like we gotta earn our passage. The skirmish was brief and merciless. Ramirez and Chun unleashed a fury born of desperation, lasers painting the darkness. Rat, helpless with a weapon, cowered behind them, heart hammering against his ribs. He watched, aghast, as a devourer's swipe tore into Ramirez's leg, sending him stumbling, yet unbroken. Chun, a furious engine of destruction, carved a swath through the horde with savage efficiency. They gouged a path toward the pods, but the toll was steep. Ramirez crumpled, his leg bent at a grotesque angle. Go, he coughed, voice ragged. Get out. I'll cover you. Rat froze, conflicted. He couldn't abandon Ramirez. But Navani's last order resonated within him. Protect the data. We're not leaving you. Chun bellowed, scooping Ramirez up. We're going together. United, they hauled Ramirez toward salvation. The devourers pressed their attack, a relentless tide. Chun, his face a canvas of anguish, shoved Rat into the pod. Get this damn thing launched, he roared. Now, Rat scrambled into the pilot's seat. Hands slick with fear, he slammed the launch activator, and the pod shuddered to life. Ripping free from the dying station's grasp, they rocketed into the void. Rat risked a backward glance. He saw Chun, silhouetted against the carnage, firing until his last breath that he collapsed, burying his face in his hands, choked by sobs. Navani, Ramirez, Chun, all lost. He was alone. Yet, he possessed the data, and that was all that mattered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Icarus intercepted the escape pod's distress beacon. Activity already surged through the ship's arteries. Engineers and researchers a blur of motion as they prepared for another jump. When Rat was escorted aboard, disheveled and shattered, Elias Vance greeted him personally. Do you have it? Vance asked, his voice a tightrope of anticipation. Rat nodded, offering the data drive. Yet it's here, but did it cost everything? Vance accepted the drive without a word. His expression unreadable. He gestured to Dr. Eris Thorne, who hovered nearby. Analyze this, immediately, he commanded. I want a complete breakdown. Thorne nodded, already moving, lab coat billowing behind him. Vance turned back to Rat, his gaze a complex tapestry of grief and resolve. Their deaths were not in vain, he stated, his voice a low rumble. Their sacrifice will save us all. The following hours dissolved into a frenzy of purpose. Thorne and his team toiled relentlessly, dissecting the data, running countless simulations, and comparing every finding against existing Devourer research. Finally, a breakthrough pierced the gloom. "We've found it, Elias," Thorne announced, his voice a raw whisper of exhaustion. A specific energy frequency it disrupts their neural networks, effectively disabling them. Vance's eyes widened, disbelief warring with elation. "Are you certain?" "Beyond doubt," Thorne confirmed. "We've run every scenario. The effect is consistent and devastating." A wave of hope crashed over Vance, nearly buckling him. They had a weapon, the means to retaliate. "Can we weaponize it?" he pressed. "Yes," Thorne replied, "but it demands a substantial power source, and we'll need to adapt our current energy weapons." Vance acted without pause. "Proceed. Utilize every available resource. This is our only hope." As Thorne and his team raced to weaponize the energy frequency, Vance focused on the next perilous step. Contacting the KRYLL, he retreated to the Icarus' communications hub, a cramped, isolated chamber humming with electronic life. He activated the comm system, his fingers trembling almost imperceptibly. "This is Elias Vance," he announced, his voice rippling out into the cosmic void. "I am transmitting data of critical importance that IT concerns the Devourers. IT concerns our very survival." He initiated the data upload, a package containing not only the vulnerability analysis, but also a desperate entreaty for assistance. He spoke of Navani's valor, of the immeasurable losses, of humanity's unwavering will to persevere. "We are not your adversaries," he pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. "We are not your prey, that we are a species fighting for its right to exist, that we offer an alliance, that we offer a shared stand against a mutual scourge." He paused, drawing a ragged breath. "We recognize your might, we acknowledge your ruthlessness. But surely even you can perceive the magnitude of the Devourer threat. If they consume us, you are next in their path." He ended his transmission with a final, heartfelt plea. "Aid us, please, help us safeguard our galaxy." The ensuing silence was absolute, crushing. Vance remained chained to his console, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs, agonizing over every nuance of his appeal. Had he chosen the correct words, struck the appropriate balance? Then, finally, a signal fractured the silence. The gravelly, alien voice, garbled by static, grated through the comm system. "Your data piques our interest," the voice rasped. "We will consider your proposition." Vance closed his eyes, relief washing over him, leaving him weak. That IT was an affirmation. Yet, it wasn't rejection. That IT was an opportunity, that a fragile, gossamer thread of hope. He understood that an accord with the KRYL would carry a heavy toll. They were a volatile and unpredictable species, but he was willing to wager everything. The fate of humanity rested upon it. He opened his eyes, his expression hardening with steely determination. The conflict was far from concluded. Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a spark of optimism ignited within him. They possessed a weapon, they had a potential partner, and they possessed a chance to fight. He rose, his limbs stiff from prolonged immobility. He had obligations to fulfill. He had a galaxy to protect. The somber pall that had cloaked the Icarus began to subtly shift. That IT did not dissipate entirely, but a faint, resilient chord of hope now resonated alongside it. A counter-melody in the symphony of survival, the KRYL response. Data streamed across the Dominion, a silent ballet of energy etching intricate equations and spectral evaluations onto the command chamber's obsidian surfaces. Zargath the unyielding, face an impassive mask of chitin, absorbed the incoming information. That a quiet clicking of his mandibles, like continental plates shifting deep below the earth, betrayed his inner focus. The KRYL bridge crew, each a towering figure of muscle encased in armored shell, stood rigid, awaiting his judgment. The images Rat had so painstakingly assembled, the intelligence for which Navani had paid the ultimate price, danced and reformed, translated into digestible data for the KRYL. Swarming strategies of the Devourers were laid bare, their unique energy signatures charted, the seemingly arbitrary shifts in their patterns, which Dr. Thorne believed concealed a complex, underlying logic, were highlighted. The analysis piques interest, rumbled Gordhack, Zargath's second, his voice a subterranean tremor. "This frequency, as the humans term it, does disrupt the Devourer energy field. However, the effect is fleeting. A localized dampening, hardly a definitive solution." Zargath offered no immediate reply, his multifaceted eyes, each a cluster of shimmering obsidian points, locked onto a holographic projection of a Devourer swarm. He recognized the potential, the tactical edge it could offer, yet he saw the inherent flaw. The KRYL did not traffic in temporary measures. Overwhelming force was their currency. The humans' display ingenuity, Gordhack conceded, a flicker of reluctant admiration warming his tone. To identify such a vulnerability, to even conceive of this weapon, it is unexpected. Ingenious, yes, but frail, Zargath finally declared, his voice a sonorous depth that resonated with authority. They clutch at hope where strength is paramount. They seek accord where conquest reigns supreme. A ripple of discontent stirred among the bridge crew. The KRYLL had always stood alone, their dominance unquestioned, their might unrivaled. The concept of partnership, of dependence on another species, was anathema to their warrior creed. A KRYLL of noticeably smaller stature stepped forward. Great Zargith, with the utmost respect, the data also illustrates that the Devourers pose a threat unlike any we have faced. Their numbers are inexhaustible, their hunger boundless. The humans' research might represent our sole recourse to mitigate losses that would prove crippling, even for us. Zargith turned deliberately, his gaze pinning the smaller KRYLL. Krell, do you advocate weakness? Do you succumb to fear? Krell remained steadfast, though his carapace trembled slightly. I advocate for practicality, Great Zargith. This threat cannot be dismissed. To do so would be imprudent. Zargith weighed Krell's words. Pragmatism held value, even among warriors. Yet, blind adherence to tradition, however glorious, spelled ultimate doom. His gaze returned to the holographic swarm. The Devourers were a novel challenge for the KRYLL, a mindless, all-consuming tide threatening to wash away everything in its path. The humans seek an alliance, Gordhak voiced, disturbing the loaded quiet. They offer this frequency as a bargaining tool. But what is their true offering? What could these delicate creatures conceivably provide that eludes our grasp? They offer desperation, Krell countered, his voice gaining resolve. They offer a readiness to fight to the bitter end, even when hope is extinguished. They offer insight, knowledge of the Devourers, gathered from their proximity to the very brink. Zargith returned to the main view screen. Scrutinizing the data anew, he detected the fear in the human transmissions, the desperation fueling their pleas. Yet something else caught his attention, a spark of resilience, a refusal to yield that it was a quality the KRYLL could hold in esteem, even within a weaker species. Some whisper that the Devourers are mere vermin. That simple extermination is the solution, Gordhak stated, his tone laced with disdain. And they would be mistaken, Krell interjected, meeting his superior's gaze. The Devourers have already devoured entire galaxies. Even if we obliterated every single one we see here, there's no guarantee we won't face countless more. Who knows their origin? What is their number? Enough, Zargith commanded, his voice a blade cutting through the rising tension. The debate concludes. He addressed Gordhak. Assemble a reconnaissance force. A small contingent in more than 5 warships. Gordhak's mandibles clicked in surprise. Reconnaissance? To observe the Devourers? Is this wise, Great Zargith? A single volley could annihilate them. Observation is paramount, Zargith countered. We must decipher our adversary before engaging. The humans' data remains incomplete. First-hand knowledge of the Devourers' tactics, their vulnerabilities, their true capacity, is vital. And should the scouting fleet encounter an attack? Gordhak questioned. Then they will fight, Zargith answered, his voice hardening. They will fight, and they will learn, and they will relay their findings back to me. He turned his gaze upon Krell. You will accompany the reconnaissance fleet, Krell. Your insight may prove invaluable. Krell lowered his head in subservience, his carapace reflecting the muted light of the command center. As you command, Great Zargith. Zargith watched as preparations for the scouting mission began. The KRYLL were bred for conflict, trained for subjugation. However, they were also strategists, able to adapt to new threats, to glean knowledge from their foes. He perceived the potential in the alliance with the humans, not as equals, but as tools. Instruments to be wielded to vanquish the Devourers, to cement the KRYLL's position as the apex power in the galaxy. Yet a seed of doubt had been planted within him. The humans were volatile, sentimental, motivated by forces beyond his grasp. Could they be trusted? Could they be steered? The Dominion vibrated as the reconnaissance fleet detached, 5 sleek, ebony warships vanishing into the vastness of space. Zargith observed their departure, his face betraying nothing, his thoughts inscrutable. He had committed to a course, a gamble. The destiny of the KRYLL, perhaps the fate of the galaxy itself, hinged upon its success. Aboard the KRYLL's Talon, the spearhead of the scouting mission, Krell stood on the bridge, monitoring the approach to the Devourer infestation zone. He was an anomaly among the KRYL, a scholar, a contemplative soul, more at ease dissecting data than wielding a weapon. His presence on this mission reflected Zargatha's pragmatism, an understanding that knowledge held equal weight with brute force. Prepare for engagement. The ship's captain, a KRYL mountain named Forlag, boomed, his voice echoing across the bridge. We will observe the Devourers from a secure distance, but stand ready to engage if necessary. Krell watched as the crew readied for battle, their actions precise. Honed by generations of warfare, he felt a twinge of inadequacy, a sense of disconnect. Yet, he knew his value lay not in combative prowess, but in his aptitude for analysis, for understanding, for discerning order from chaos. As they neared the Devourer-infested region, sensors erupted, registering a maelstrom of energy signatures. The view screen displayed the Devourers, a spiraling vortex of chitin and gnashing jaws, devouring all that stood in their path. Their numbers exceed the humans' estimations, Forlag voiced, his tone turning somber, and their energy emissions fluctuate strangely, almost as though they are communicating. Krell focused his attention on the sensor readings, filtering the noise, searching for patterns. He identified a subtle, pulsing rhythm within the Devourer's energy matrix, a low vibration that seemed to synchronize their movements. I believe they are communicating, Krell announced, his voice barely audible above the clamor of the bridge. They are utilizing a form of energy resonance to coordinate their onslaughts. Forlag turned towards him, his eyes narrowing into slits. Energy resonance. Elaborate. It is a complex phenomenon, Krell explained, struggling to articulate his thoughts concisely. Essentially, they are employing a specific frequency to transmit information amongst themselves, directing their movements, coordinating their attacks, sharing resources. Can we disrupt this frequency? Forlag demanded. Krell hesitated. Possibly. However, we need to isolate the specific frequency. Even then, the effect might be temporary. The Devourers are adaptable organisms. They might discover alternative communication methods. We must attempt it, Forlag said, his voice determined. If we can disrupt their coordination, even briefly, it could give us a crucial advantage. Krell nodded, his mind racing. This was his moment to prove his worth. He dove into the sensor data, searching for the key, the frequency capable of disrupting the Devourer's communication. As he worked, he contemplated the uncertain future. The alliance with humanity represented a perilous gamble, a last-ditch effort to stave off annihilation. But it was also an opportunity to learn, to advance, to evolve. He could only hope that the KRYL, and the galaxy at large, would survive long enough to witness it. The fate of countless worlds may very well hinge on this scouting mission. Krell knew he had to exhaust every resource to ensure its success. The alternative was simply unacceptable. Back on the Icarus, Elias watched the KRYL reconnaissance force embark on the comms screen, a grim sense of satisfaction settling within him. This was it, humanity's final, desperate roll of the dice. He glanced at Rat, slumped in his chair, exhausted but still defiant. They're actually doing it, Rat mumbled, his voice raspy. The big bastards are actually going to tangle with the Devourers. They're not doing it for us, understand that, Elias said, his voice devoid of emotion. They're doing it for their own preservation. They view the Devourers as a threat to their dominance. Doesn't matter one bit, Rat said, shrugging it off. As long as they're fighting, it buys us time. Time to perfect the frequency weapon, time to strategize a way to fight back. Elias nodded in agreement, but couldn't shake the foreboding sense that they were toying with fire. The KRYL were hardly allies. They were conquerors, predators, motivated by a heartless lust for power. And once the Devourers were extinguished, what guarantee did humanity have that they wouldn't be next? Eyes of the predator. A silent scream of dying light emanated from the void. An unsettling pulse against the crimson Talon's hull on the bridge. Forlag, his chitinous features etched with grim calculation, studied the holographic projection's wavering image. What the Devourers had deemed to remain of the USA colony on Kepler 186F was displayed for all to witness. Structures weren't merely demolished. They were rendered atomic dust, scattered on the stellar currents that a once verdant sphere, now a desolate gray blemish on the cosmic tapestry, offered no resistance. Beside him, Krell's mandibles clicked, a low thrum vibrating through the bridge. "Thorough," he remarked, his tone clinically detached. "They extract everything of use." Forlag grunted, his four eyes narrowing. Krell's dispassionate assessment felt jarring, even for a KRYLL warrior. "Thoroughness isn't the only measure," Krell observed. He indicated a turbulent cloud of debris on the projection. "There, the anomalies, lingering energy echoes." Krell tilted his head, multifaceted eyes focusing on Forlag's designated area. "You detect something beyond simple annihilation?" "They are devouring," Forlag stated, the word leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. "Not merely matter, but essence, the very lifeblood of the world. A hunger I've never encountered." The KRYLL had watched countless civilizations crumble and had themselves been instruments of ruin, but the Devourers operated on a different plane. No conquest, no dominion, only utter obliteration. The ensuing silence pressed down, a palpable weight broken solely by the Crimson Talon's subdued engine-song. As the vanguard, the rest of the scouting fleet, a dozen cruisers and frigates, were still emerging from warp, driven by a need to comprehend the scope of this encroaching danger before it reached KRYLL space. Forlag had surged ahead. "Report from the Steel Maw," the comms officer announced, his voice strained with barely contained apprehension. "They've detected signatures, matching those on Kepler 186f. Approaching the Proxima Centauri system." Proxima Centauri. A human enclave point, one of their earliest settlements. Forlag felt a pang. Pity? Revulsion? He couldn't decipher it. A KRYLL warrior possessed little affinity for such sentiments. The thought of the Devourers turning another world into a sterile wasteland, of those paltry humans meeting such a demise, stirred a disquiet within him. Not for their sake, but for the repercussions. Unchecked, the Devourers would inevitably turn their insatiable appetites on the KRYLL Empire. "Intensify surveillance," Forlag commanded, his voice regaining its characteristic edge. "Complete tactical analysis, vulnerabilities exposed, everything. Relay this to Zargith. He must bear witness." On Xylos, the KRYLL homeworld, Zargith the Unyielding stood in his command center, an obsidian fortress. Before a colossal display. Forlag's transmitted images danced across the screen. The skeletal remains of Kepler 186f, the Devourer swarms moving with chilling efficiency, and the faint energy wraiths that hinted at complete consumption. He had witnessed and orchestrated devastation before, but this was different. This wasn't about conquest for territory or resources. This was about utter deletion. The Devourers were not conquerors. They were oblivion given form. Behind him, the Council of Elders, the Empire's most influential KRYLL, shifted with barely concealed unease. They had initially scoffed at his consideration of an alliance with the humans, those delicate, breakable beings. However, the data they provided, the Ethereum project, had given them reason to pause. Now, these images. "The humans were correct," Zargith rumbled, his pronouncement a low growl. "These Devourers imperil all existence." "Alliance with humans?" Elder Thrax hissed, his mandibles clicking in agitation. "It is unthinkable. We are KRYLL. We require no aid from lesser beings." "Pride is an extravagance we can ill afford," Thrax, Zargith countered, his gaze fixed on the screen. "The Devourers are unlike any foe we have confronted. Their numbers are legion, their hunger bottomless. We cannot stand against them alone. We have always triumphed." Another elder, Zela, declared. "Our might is unparalleled, our warriors unmatched." "And yet," Zargith said, turning to face the council, his gaze piercing, "we have never faced an enemy that consumes whole worlds, an adversary leaving nothing in its wake." He paused, letting his words take root. "The humans possess knowledge, technology, beyond our grasp. The Ethereum project offers a potential weapon against the Devourers, a weapon we dare not ignore." He paced before them, his imposing form casting elongated shadows. "The humans are frail, yes, But they are also ingenious. They are survivors. And they are desperate. Desperation fuels innovation. They have displayed a willingness to do anything to endure. He recalled the human female, Navani, sacrificing herself for the data. Such dedication to the greater good was alien to KRYLL's sensibilities, yet undeniably effective. The KRYLL have always conquered through brute strength, Zayla said, her voice laced with skepticism. We crush our enemies beneath our feet. Why deviate now? Because brute strength is futile against an enemy that evolves, adapts, Zargith roared, his patience wearing thin. The Devourers learn from every encounter. They adjust their strategies. They grow stronger with each world they devour. He slammed his fist on the obsidian table, the impact sending tremors through the chamber. We must be more astute, more cunning. We must embrace whatever course is necessary to prevail. He wheeled back to the screen, his gaze locked on the images of ruin. The humans crave an alliance, believing us to be their only salvation. They erred. We seek alliance because they are our only salvation, not for their strength, but for their desperation. He paused, a calculating glint in his eyes. The Devourers threaten the galaxy. This is undeniable. While the fate of other species is of little concern, the Devourers' ravenous appetite for resource-rich planets is an affront. Worlds brimming with precious minerals, planets harboring unique ecosystems, consumed indiscriminately. This cannot stand. He addressed the council, his voice now controlled and measured. We will engage the Devourers, not to safeguard humanity, not to safeguard other species, but to safeguard our own interests. We will wield the humans' knowledge, their technology, to weaken the Devourers, and when the opportune moment arises, we will crush them. Then, we will determine the fate of the humans. The elders exchanged uneasy glances as Zargith's intentions were transparent. This wasn't about compassion. It was about survival, an opportunity. With the Devourers eradicated and the humans weakened, the KRYLL Empire would be poised to seize galactic dominance. What of Forlag's flotilla? Thrax queried, his voice regaining some composure. Their objective? They will continue to observe the Devourers, Zargith responded. Gathering intelligence, pinpointing vulnerabilities, they will engage when the opportunity strikes. But they will not be alone. I will dispatch a larger armada, led by myself. He paused, a predatory smile spreading across his face. The Devourers have awakened a sleeping Leviathan. They have blundered gravely. They have challenged the KRYLL, and the KRYLL will not be denied. He raised his hand, summoning a holographic galactic chart. He highlighted a sector near the Proxima Centauri system, the Devourers' destination. We will confront them here, he declared. We will demonstrate the true meaning of power. We will reveal the might of the KRYLL. He scanned the elders' faces, their eyes reflecting a blend of dread and anticipation. Prepare for war, he commanded. The galaxy stands on the precipice of transformation, and the KRYLL will be the architects of that change. The council members bowed in acknowledgement, their earlier misgivings momentarily subdued. Zargith's conviction was infectious, his confidence unwavering. In that moment, they believed the KRYLL could overcome any obstacle, even the Devourers, even humanity. Zargith returned to the screen, his eyes locked on the swirling chaos that had been Kepler 186F. That he saw not just ruin, but possibility. Not just a threat, but a gauntlet thrown down. He knew, with a certainty that resonated in his chitinous marrow, that the KRYLL would emerge triumphant, even if it necessitated an alliance with the unlikeliest of allies. Even if it meant sacrificing countless others, the KRYLL would endure, the KRYLL would conquer, and the galaxy would belong to them. The Crimson Tide. A gore splatter of crimson erupted across the black gulfs of space. This wasn't the delicate artistry of a nebula. It was raw, untamed destruction, the flaring demise of starships, a violent effusion of plasma. Zargith, enthroned on the Krillfang's command deck, observed the unfolding devastation with a steely gaze. Before him, the Devourers, a legion that obscured entire constellations on the tactical display, were finally meeting a match for their ravenous hunger. The Krillfang's engines hummed, a deep, resonant throb that vibrated through his very essence. Around him, The bridge crew, a meticulously coordinated unit, barked clipped KRYLL directives. Centuries of interstellar conflict had forged their movements into a symphony of deadly efficiency. The air itself tingled with coiled anticipation, underscored by the electric pulse of power conduits. Supreme Commander, Forlag's voice, brimming with savage delight, cracked through the comm speaker. First Squadron engaged. Devourer formations are buckling. Zargith grunted, acknowledging the report. The holographic display mirrored Forlag's assessment. The KRYLL Armada, a sanguinary wave of armored behemoths, tore through the Devourer ranks with merciless precision. Weapons fueled by harnessed dark matter vaporized the invaders' bioengineered hulls. Despite their bulk, the KRYLL vessels danced through the maelstrom of battle with predatory grace. Hold formation. Zargith's command resonated, a guttural pronouncement that brooked no argument. Concentrate fire on the colossal bioships. Prioritize targets exhibiting heightened psionic signatures. From captured Devourer data, gleaned in desperate collaboration with the humans, the KRYLL had learned much. The analysis had revealed the Devourer's hierarchical structure, pinpointed their vulnerabilities, exposed critical nodes within their sprawling, interconnected consciousness. The gargantuan bioships functioned as mobile command hubs, directing the swarm's relentless tide. Decapitating these nerve centers promised chaos and disarray. The Krillfang unleashed its own ordnance, volleys of pure energy scything through entire companies of drone fighters. Each discharge sent shudders through the vessel, a testament to its immense power that a surge of primal gratification coursed through Zargith, the exultation of battle, the affirmation of KRYLL dominance. This was their purpose: to conquer, to crush, to obliterate all who dared challenge their supremacy. Yet, even as he reveled in the slaughter, a seed of doubt took root. He had witnessed the Devourers consume entire civilizations, a relentless, unstoppable flood. The KRYLL inflicted substantial casualties, but the swarm appeared limitless, an inexhaustible tide. Could they truly prevail against such an enemy? Or were they merely delaying their own inevitable consumption? Supreme Commander, a sensor officer announced, urgency tightening his vocal cords. Devourer reinforcements detected multiple approach vectors. The holographic projection flickered, revealing new waves of Devourer vessels emerging from the inky void. Larger, more heavily armored than the first wave, they bristled with weaponry, both energy-based and bioorganic. Raise defensive shields to maximum, Zargith decreed. Prepare for prolonged engagement. The battle surged to a fever pitch. The void reverberated with the bellow of energy cannons, the sizzle of disintegrating shields, the death cries of the vanquished. KRYLL warships, though superior in firepower, were not immune. Some were ensnared in Devourer energy webs, their plating dissolving under the corrosive force. Others were overwhelmed by sheer numbers, torn apart by relentless swarms. Zargith watched, detached, as the cruiser Bloodclaw succumbed to the Devourer's onslaught. Shields collapsed, and a swarm of energy beams pierced its hull. In a flash of light, it was gone. A pang of something resembling loss echoed within Zargith's hardened cord. He had served alongside the Bloodclaw as captain for decades. He suppressed the emotion. Sentimentality was a liability the KRYLL could ill afford. Report status on the energy frequency weapon, Zargith demanded. Charge sequence complete, Supreme Commander, the weapons officer reported. Ready for deployment upon your command. The energy frequency weapon. Humanity's desperate gamble, their final play to alter the course of the war. Zargith had initially dismissed it as a crude attempt to harness forces beyond their grasp, but the simulations, based on human data, had shown promise. The weapon emitted a specific frequency, disrupting the Devourer psionic network, causing fragmentation and vulnerability. Deploy the weapon, Zargith commanded. Target the primary Devourer command vessel. A wave of energy, invisible and silent, radiated from the Krillfang, spreading across the battlefield. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then, the Devourers stumbled. Their movements grew unpredictable, their formations fractured, their weapons faltered. The effect was instantaneous and profound. Sensing the shift in momentum, the KRYLL Armada unleashed a renewed assault. They concentrated their fire on the disoriented Devourer vessels, tearing them apart with ruthless efficiency. Caught off guard, the Devourers were routed in droves. Triumph crackled in Forlag's voice as he reported, "The human weapon is functioning. Supreme Commander, the Devourers are collapsing." A rare smile touched Zargatha's mandibles to end their desperation. The humans had stumbled upon a tool with the potential to shift the balance of power. Their ingenuity, their resilience, their refusal to yield even in the face of annihilation. It earned his begrudging respect, but victory remained elusive. Even with their psychic network disrupted, the Devourers remained a dangerous foe. And Zargath knew the human weapon was not a long-term solution. The Devourers would adapt, evolve, and nullify its effects. Maintain vigilance, Zargath warned. The Devourers will not be vanquished so easily. As if echoing his words, a gargantuan Devourer bioship emerged from the depths of the swarm, dwarfing all vessels encountered thus far. A grotesque monstrosity. Its hull writhed with veins and bioengineered weaponry. It radiated a palpable aura of malevolent power. "Supreme Commander," the sensor officer's voice shook with terror. "We are detecting a massive energy buildup. The Devourer bioship is preparing to unleash a weapon of unknown classification." A chill gripped Zargatha's carapace. This was uncharted territory, beyond the scope of captured Devourer data. He knew, instinctively, that this weapon posed an existential threat to the KRYLL fleet. "All ships, brace for impact," Zargath commanded. "Engage the Devourer bioship at maximum range." The KRYLL armada responded, their combined firepower converging on the massive bioship. Concentrated beams of pure energy hammered against its hull, yet the behemoth remained unscathed, its shields shimmering and deflecting the onslaught. Then, the bioship unleashed its weapon, a beam of pure, condensed energy that cleaved through space like a sharpened blade. It slammed into the Krillfang's shields, causing them to distort and buckle under the immense pressure. Alarms shrieked, signaling imminent shield failure. Zargath watched, his face a mask of grim determination, as the shields buckled. A split-second decision hung in the balance. Retreat and preserve the Krillfang, or stand his ground and risk everything to neutralize the bioship. He scanned the holographic projection. The crimson tide of KRYLL warships locked in a desperate ballet with the Devourer swarm, the unwavering resolve etched on the faces of his warriors. His choice was made. "Divert all power to forward batteries," he declared, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. "Prepare to ram the Devourer bioship." A gasp rippled through the bridge. Ramming was a suicide run, yet no one questioned the order. They knew their leader would never demand a sacrifice he wouldn't make himself. The Krillfang surged forward, engines roaring. A crimson arrow hurtling towards the heart of the enemy. Sensing the impending impact, the Devourer bioship pivoted, unleashing another blast of its energy weapon. But the Krillfang, defying expectations, swerved with unexpected agility, evading the attack. The collision was cataclysmic. Metal shrieked, energy crackled, and the void trembled. The Krillfang's prow crumpled, its internal structure collapsing, yet the ship plowed forward, its remaining armaments firing at point-blank range. Weakened by the Krillfang's assault, the Devourer bioship began to disintegrate. Its hull fissured, its weapons sputtered, and its internal systems failed in a final act of defiance. It erupted in a series of explosions before succumbing to its doom. Crippled but defiant, the Asterisk. Krillfang Asterisk limped away from the wreckage. Its shields were gone, its hull breached, its crew battered, but it had achieved its objective. IT had destroyed the Devourer flagship, altering the course of the battle. Alive, though shaken, Zargath surveyed the battlefield. The Devourer swarm floundered, formations shattered, leadership severed. The KRYLL armada, sensing victory, surged forward. The crimson tide engulfing the Devourers, sweeping them into oblivion. The war was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, Zargath entertained hope. With the aid of the humans' risky gamble, the KRYLL had demonstrated the Devourers' mortality. They could be opposed, they could be conquered, but victory came at a price. This alliance was a treacherous game, one that could ultimately lead to the KRYLL's own subjugation. That he would have to tread carefully. balancing the need for human technology with the need to preserve KRYLL dominance. The future remained uncertain. Point one truth, however, resonated. The galaxy would never be the same. The Devourers had roused a sleeping giant, and the KRYLL, driven by insatiable ambition, stood poised to seize control. The crimson tide was rising, poised to reshape the stars in its wake. Hope rekindled. The USS Lexington hummed, a deep vibration that settled into Commander Navani's marrow. Not the frantic tremble of taking fire, but a resonant pulse, almost celebratory. Instead of the usual chaotic dance of red alerts and encroaching devourer swarms, the holo-display bloomed with an improbable sight. KRYLL fighters, brutal and angular, carving a path through the alien ranks. Status report. Navani snapped, adrenaline sharpening her voice. Lieutenant Davis, his face reflecting the spectral blue glow, swung around. Ma'am, the KRYLL offensive. It's surpassing all projections. They're prioritizing Devourer flagships, severing their command structure. He hesitated, and they're gaining ground. A wave of disbelief swept the bridge. Hope, an unfamiliar and treacherous emotion, flickered in their eyes. Navani felt its tentative warmth against the cold dread that had become her constant companion. Too many failures, too many desperate gambits. The ghosts of the fallen shadowed her every waking moment, but now, a sliver of light. Enhance visual feed, KRYLL engagement, Sector Gamma 9, she directed, her voice regaining its customary edge. The holo-display swirled, resolving into a violent tableau. KRYLL fighters, living obsidian shards, zipped and slashed, their energy beams tearing rents in the Devourer bioships. Caught off guard by the focused aggression and the disruption of their psychic network, the Devourers staggered. Their ferocity remained, but coordinated strikes dissolved into isolated pockets of panic. Navani watched, a grim satisfaction taking root. This was the savagery born of necessity, the price of survival etched in alien blood. The ethics of the Alliance, the potential for KRYLL dominance, remained thorny issues, but now, only survival mattered. Helm, prepare for counteroffensive, she announced, her voice ringing with newfound conviction. We're going to press their advantage. All squadrons, stand by for launch. Target compromised Devourer formations. Show them what we're made of. The bridge buzzed with renewed activity. A spark of purpose ignited after too long in the dark. The weight on Navani's shoulders shifted, still present, but bearable. The dead were not forgotten. The burden of command remained. But now, hope offered its fragile support. Aboard the Icarus, Elias Vance observed the unfolding battle with laser focus. The tactical screen depicted the KRYLL's relentless advance, their lethal efficiency a stark contrast to the USA's typically measured approach. This alliance was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but for the first time in ages, a path to victory seemed possible. Thorn, weapon optimization status? He asked, turning to Dr. Eris Thorn, hunched over a console, fingers dancing across the keys. Thorn looked up, pale, but with a manic glint in his eyes. Almost there, Elias refined the targeting matrix, boosted the energy output by 15%. It's exquisite. A shadow flickered across his face. Exquisitely terrifying. Elias understood. The disruptive energy weapon, derived from Devourer Nexus data, possessed immense power, capable of unraveling their very being. But it also carried the risk of unforeseen ramifications, a potential tear in the fabric of reality itself. We can't afford the luxury of theoretical concerns, Eris, Elias said, his voice steely. We need every advantage we can muster. I know. Thorn muttered, returning to his work. Just, sometimes I wonder if we're becoming the very thing we're fighting. Elias offered no reply. The question haunted him as well, but he'd long since concluded that survival superseded morality. He had witnessed too much devastation, too much loss. He would do whatever was necessary to safeguard humanity, even at the cost of his own soul. On the Lexington S bridge, Navani orchestrated the counteroffensive with cold precision that a skilled tactician always. She now fought with a ferocity fueled by desperation and grief. She pushed her pilots to their breaking points, exploiting every chink in the Devourer's armor. reclaiming territory inch by agonizing inch. Squadron 3, break formation, engage the bio ship, Grid Delta 7, she commanded. Squadron 2, provide escort for the retreating transports. We can't afford further civilian casualties. The holodisplay reflected the Lexington-S fighters locked in combat, a deadly waltz of energy blasts and alien screams. The Devourers, weakened by the KRYLL onslaught, began to waver. Their formations fractured, their attacks became ragged and uncoordinated. Navani felt a surge of pride in her crew, in her pilots, in the indomitable spirit of humanity. They had been driven to the precipice, faced with utter annihilation, yet refused to yield. They had discovered a means to resist, to claw their way back from oblivion's edge. Commander, Lieutenant Davis reported, receiving reports of increased Devourer activity near the outer colonies, apparent attempt to bypass our primary defensive line. Navani's brow furrowed at a classic Devourer feint, designed to draw forces away from the true objective, followed by a concentrated strike against a vulnerable point. She had to anticipate their every move, to remain a step ahead. Divert Squadron 4 to reinforce the outer colonies, she ordered. Alert all stations to prepare for potential breakthrough attempt. They will not catch us unaware. The counteroffensive raged on, driving the Devourers back. The KRYLL, implacable and relentless, continued their assault on the alien command ships, shattering their cohesion and sowing discord within their ranks. Elias, monitoring the battle from the Icarus, witnessed the shift in momentum. The Devourers remained a formidable force, but their aura of invincibility had been shattered. The KRYLL alliance, the energy weapon, the tenacity of humanity, it was coalescing into a chance for victory. Thorn, prepare to deploy the weapon, he stated, his voice tight with anticipation. We're going to strike at their heart. Thorn nodded, fingers hovering over the activation sequence. Ready when you are, Elias. Navani felt a deep shudder course through the Lexington, a sign that the Icarus was poised to unleash its payload. She wasn't privy to the weapon's exact mechanisms, but she trusted Elias, trusted Thorn. They had arrived at this juncture together, faced insurmountable odds, and somehow found a way forward. All stations, brace for impact, she announced. Something significant is about to transpire. A searing burst of energy erupted from the Icarus, a wave of raw power that tore through the Devourer formations. The alien bioships convulsed, their organic plating cracking and disintegrating. Their psychic network, already compromised by the KRYLL, collapsed entirely. Chaos reigned among the Devourers, their coordinated attacks devolving into frantic, individual struggles. They were still dangerous, but no longer a unified entity. They were vulnerable. Navani felt a surge of elation, a sensation she hadn't experienced in years. They were winning. They were actually winning. All squadrons, full assault, she ordered, her voice infused with renewed conviction. Let's end this. The USA forces, emboldened by the weapon's efficacy and the KRLL's remorseless advance, surged forward, slicing through the depleted Devourer ranks. The tide of the war had turned. Hope, once a fading echo, had been resurrected. Yet Navani understood that the war was far from concluded. The Devourers remained a deadly adversary, and the alliance with the KRYLL was a precarious game. They had secured a victory, but the struggle for survival had only just begun, and she knew, with a chilling premonition, that the cost of ultimate triumph might exceed their capacity to pay. Tuning the weapon. The Icarus' nerve center vibrated with the strain of its existence, a chorus of groaning bulkheads and feverish computations. Elias, framed by the forward viewport, witnessed the lethal dance outside. Needle-thin laser beams stitched ephemeral patterns across the inky black, meeting the encroaching, roiling Devourer clouds. The KRYLL, brutally efficient, stood defiant. Yet each moment was a wager against oblivion. Doctor, status, Elias clipped, not turning. His gaze clung to a colossal Devourer warship being torn asunder by a precise KRYLL fusillade. Eris Thorn, swallowed by a console sprouting a thicket of monitors, delayed his reply. His fingers, a digital tempest, sorted through the flood of frontline data that at last he straightened, pushing back a silvered strand of hair. We're nearing a breakthrough, Elias. Early results show promise. The frequency, it disrupts their coherence. Picture sand in a complex gear train. Promise is insufficient. Thorn, we require a hammer blow. Elias pivoted, a stark entreaty replacing the usual steel in his eyes. Quantify promise. Thorn worried his lip, a tick Elias knew too well. Current calibration, perhaps 20% improved lethality against a single target, compared to standard projectiles. However, he indicated a screen showcasing a labyrinthine waveform. The ceiling is much higher. Finding the resonant frequency, the one that truly dismantles their architecture, is key. Elias understood the unspoken weight of Thorn's words. Each incremental gain mattered. Every saved second translated to spared lives. Rescued worlds that he crossed to the console, absorbing the highlighted waveform at a complex composition of peaks and troughs, a visualization of raw, devastating energy. So, we're tuning a cosmic instrument, Elias mused, mostly to himself, searching for the cord that unbinds them. Thorn offered a dry chuckle. Something along those lines. Except instead of unraveling reality, we're just trying to make those things extremely uncomfortable. A voice, dripping with practiced charm, sliced through the taut atmosphere. Uncomfortable? Doc, with a touch of elbow grease, we can eradicate him. Jack's rat Ratterson swaggered into the room, a greasy wrench swinging from his HIP in unlikely hope. This scavenger and scoundrel had somehow rooted himself as vital to the Icarus' function. Ordinarily, Elias found him grating, but now, he was a needed diversion. Ratterson, Elias acknowledged with a brief nod. Your presence? I assumed you were procuring delicacies from the KRYLL commissary. Rat flashed a gold-toothed grin. Details. Heard you eggheads were toying with the doomsday device. Figured I'd lend a hand. See, I possess an aptitude for fiddling with dials and splicing wires. Speeds things up, makes M explode better. Thorn arched a skeptical brow. Your aptitude generally involves circumventing safeguards and immolating circuits. Hey, gotta crack a few eggs to bake a planetary-sized frittata, Rat countered, unfazed. Besides, word has it Command's getting antsy. They wanted this online yesterday. I can help you pair some corners. Document make this engine scream. Elias scrutinized Rat. Weighing the inherent risks, he knew Rat was volatile, but he also conceded the man's genius for improvised engineering, and time was eroding. Fine, Ratterson, Elias conceded. You're in. But one wrong move, one fried capacitor, and you'll be swabbing plasma conduits in the void for the remainder of your natural existence. Rat simply winked. Deal. Now, let's examine this schematic. He edged to the console, his gaze sweeping the data with unexpected focus. Fascinating wave. Appears you're attempting to tickle their insides with a sonic boom, but you're missing a crucial ingredient. He reached out, his fingers dancing across the interface, making infinitesimal adjustments to the frequency. The waveform mutated, becoming more jagged, more volatile. Try that, Rat declared, stepping back with a self-satisfied smirk. I introduced a little spice. Thorn hesitated, then initiated the simulation. The outcome was immediate, breathtaking. Energy output surged, and the projected impact on Devourer's structure skyrocketed. By the cosmic currents, Thorn whispered, eyes widening in disbelief. It's nearly tripled its effectiveness. Elias fixed on the simulation, a spark of hope igniting within. What exactly did you do? Rat shrugged. Just tweaked the harmonics. Added a pinch of chaos theory, like violently agitating a snow globe. Elias made no claim to comprehend Rat's explanation, but he didn't care. The weapon was vastly empowered, enough to matter. All right, Thorn, Elias directed, his tone regaining its edge. Initiate deployment protocols. Ratterson, accompany me that we need to codify this spice and discover how to replicate it at scale. The succeeding hours dissolved into a frenzy of action. Elias, Thorn, and Rat toiled relentlessly, refining the frequency and devising a repeatable formula for its generation. Rat, surprisingly, became indispensable. He possessed a rare gift for simplifying convoluted procedures, for uncovering pathways that even Thorn overlooked. See, Doc, Rat remarked, as he jury-rigged a series of conduits to amplify the energy output. The problem with you theorists is overthinking. You become mired in the abstract and neglect the practical. Sometimes, you just gotta beat it with a wrench until it obeys. Elias observed them, a strange cocktail of trepidation and optimism churning within. He was placing his trust in a scientist, a charlatan, and a weapon he barely grasped. But he was devoid of viable alternatives. As dawn neared, they finally possessed a functional prototype, the crude amalgamation of salvaged components and clever engineering, but it functioned. Right, Elias announced, stepping back to survey their creation. Commence testing. They subjected the weapon to a cascade of simulations, each more encouraging than its predecessor. The augmented frequency tore through devourer architecture with terrifying efficacy, scrambling their hive mind and inducing collapse. "It's working," Thorne exclaimed, his voice thick with elation and wonder. "It's actually working." Elias permitted himself a tight, fleeting smile. Not a triumph. Not yet, but a chance to fight. "Prepare for deployment," he commanded. "Ratterson, you're with me. I require you to supervise integration of this modification into the Lexington S arsenal." Rat grinned. "Understood, boss. Time to demonstrate to those gelatinous abominations what we're composed of." As they prepared to leave, Thorne halted Elias. "Elias," he cautioned, his voice somber. "Exercise caution. This weapon possesses formidable power, but we lack comprehensive knowledge of its long-term repercussions. That we remain uncertain of its potential effects on the devourers or on ourselves." Elias met Thorne's gaze, his expression resolute. "I am aware, Eris, but we are past the point of deliberation. That we must take the gamble." He turned and exited the control room, Rat following close behind. As they proceeded towards the launch bay, Elias gazed at the furious battle engulfing space. The devourers continued to swarm, continued to consume. But now, humanity had a weapon, an improbable, desperate weapon, that just might shift the balance. As they boarded a shuttle heading for the Lexington, Rat nudged Elias. "You know," he began, his voice uncharacteristically hushed. "I never envisioned a scenario in which I was involved in saving the galaxy. Always presumed I'd wind up shackled in some brig, or perhaps floating in a drainage canal." Elias offered no reply. He was too riveted on the mission ahead, on the countless lives suspended precariously. Rat sighed. "Guess dire straits breed odd bedfellows, huh?" He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "Let's just hope this doesn't backfire, boss. Occasionally, the solution proves far more devastating than the problem." Elias stared out at the stars, his face a mask of determination. He could not foresee what lay ahead, but he knew one thing. They would resist. They would unleash every weapon in their arsenal, every shred of ingenuity they could muster. They would fight for their continued existence, even if that required cutting a deal with perdition itself. Heart of the swarm. The bridge of the Lexington thrummed with restrained energy, the weaponized tendrils of Rat's modification promising both salvation and annihilation. Elias Vance, his expression a study and hope warring with apprehension, monitored the tactical feed. Around him, the usually well-oiled machine of the bridge crew operated under a blanket of palpable stress. Rat's last-minute alterations had infused the ship with raw power, a tangible force that vibrated in the very structure of the vessel. "Sir, devourer swarm, activity is changing," Park announced, her voice betraying her anxiety. "They're disengaging, regrouping." Elias's attention snapped to the tactical display. The previously chaotic mass of devourer ships was indeed solidifying, forming a more cohesive front, a chilling development. Like witnessing instinct give way to calculated strategy. "Initiate a full-spectrum analysis of their comms," he commanded, his mind already leaping ahead. Something is orchestrating this. They went from acting like mindless insects to a unified colony under a single intelligence. The minutes became an eternity, each filled with the ceaseless grind of the ship's processors. The bridge atmosphere thickened, a brew of caffeine-fueled anxiety and raw tension. Finally, Anya Sharma, eyes bloodshot but gleaming with triumph, straightened before her console. "We found it, sir," she said, her voice raspy with fatigue. A distinct energy signature, a command node broadcasting orders throughout the swarm that it's akin to a hive mind. and this vessel is the central processing unit. A holographic projection bloomed into existence, depicting the Devourer fleet in 3 dimensions. One vessel, larger and infinitely more repulsive than the others, radiated a bright, unmistakable energy. Deep within the swarm's embrace, heavily shielded, its form was a grotesque sculpture of carapace and pulsating arteries. That's the key, Elias murmured, barely audible. The swarm's core. Lyra Navani, her face a mask of resolve, stepped forward. Her quiet presence had been a constant reminder of the stakes. If we neutralize that ship, she stated, her voice ringing with command, we sever their connection. It's a long shot, Commander, Elias cautioned. A desperate one. That vessel will be the most fortified target in the entire formation. Navani's gaze met his, unwavering in its intensity. We're playing a shorthand. Vance, we strike decisively. And we can only hope rats, tinkering pays off. The air crackled as the bridge crew galvanized into action. Tactical schematics flashed across monitors, probabilities churned, and targeting solutions materialized. The Lexington, a veteran on its last legs, was about to undertake what could be its final mission. Commander, I suggest deploying the energy frequency weapon, Elias offered, his voice steady despite the knot of dread in his gut. If Rat's calculations are accurate, it should cleave through their defenses like a hot knife through butter. Navani nodded in agreement. Acknowledged. However, we'll need a diversion, something to draw their fangs away from the Lexington. The KRYLL, Elias proposed, the word leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. They're expendable, and they live for conflict. A shadow of distaste flickered across Navani's features, but she offered no argument. The KRYLL were a weapon, a tool used only when the situation demanded it. Contact KRYLL Command, she ordered Park. Inform them of a high-priority target designation. Offer them the initiative. The order was issued, a plea for assistance disguised as a command. The response was immediate, a guttural roar across the comms channels, dripping with the KRYLL's inherent bloodlust. They relished the opportunity. The Lexington, escorted by its KRYLL allies, commenced its approach towards the Devourer's swarm. The KRYLL ships, angular and aggressive, shot forth, their weapons spitting fire. The Devourers countered, unleashing a torrent of energy, creating a dazzling, lethal aurora in the void. With the KRYLL engaging the bulk of the enemy force, the Lexington began its intricate dance into position, using the KRYLL assault as a mobile shield. The hive ship loomed in the distance, a grotesque monument to the Devourer's insatiable appetite. Target locked, Park announced, her voice tight with concentration. Energy frequency weapon charged. Elias inhaled deeply, his hand hovering over the activation control. This was the moment. Everything hinged on this, on Rat's brilliance, on the KRLL's ferocity, and on the razor-thin possibility that humanity could pull back from the brink. Unleash it, he commanded, his voice infused with a desperate conviction. The Lexington shuddered as the energy frequency weapon discharged its payload. An invisible lance of pure energy streaked from the ship, piercing the Devourer defenses. The effect was immediate and total. The protective energy field surrounding the hive ship winked out of existence. Armor plating dissolved. Internal systems cascaded into overload. The hive ship, the linchpin of the swarm, was exposed. But the Devourers would not surrender their command vessel without a fight. That a squadron of interceptors detached from the main formation, converging on the Lexington with suicidal determination. Taking heavy fire, Park yelled, her fingers dancing across her console, shields failing. The Lexington lurched and twisted, desperately trying to evade the unending assault. Explosions ripped through the ship, tossing crew members like ragdolls. The air grew thick with the reek of burnt metal and ozone. Navani, her face set but unyielding, seized control. All hands, brace for impact. Divert all available power to the shields. The Lexington's shields shimmered, absorbing the worst of the Devourer's fury, but the energy reserves were plummeting. Their defenses would not hold indefinitely. Elias, we need to buy time, Navani said, her voice taut with urgency. Can that weapon be fired again? Elias scanned the readings on his console. The energy frequency weapon was still charging, but it would require critical minutes to reach full power. Not yet, Commander, he responded, his voice grim. It's still cycling. Navani's eyes narrowed. Then we do this the hard way. She turned to Park. Prepare to launch a boarding party. Our objective is the Hive ship's command center. We disrupt their communications, and we hobble their ability to coordinate. This is our only play. Commander, that's suicide, Park exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear that Navani's gaze was unyielding. Perhaps, but it's a sacrifice we have to make. Humanity's survival depends on it. She turned to Elias, her expression softening slightly. Take care of the Lexington, Vance, and ensure that weapon is ready to fire again, that we might need it. Elias nodded, his throat tightening with emotion. Good hunting, Commander. Navani turned and strode toward the boarding bay, her purpose evident in every step. That a squad of heavily armed Marines followed her, their faces set with determination. The boarding party prepared to depart. The Lexington bucked violently. Another wave of devourer fire had punched through their weakening defenses. Shields at 10%. Park shouted, "We're running out of options." Elias watched, helpless, as Navani and her team boarded the launch, their faces illuminated by the harsh red glow of the emergency lights. They were headed straight into the enemy's heart, into the jaws of oblivion. The launch bay doors hissed open, and the boarding craft shot out into the void, disappearing into the swarm of devourer ships. Elias held his breath, his heart pounding in his ears, that he could only pray that Navani and her team would succeed, that their sacrifice would give humanity a fighting chance. Minutes dissolved into an eternity. The Lexington continued to endure punishing fire, its systems shutting down one by one. The bridge was a maelstrom of controlled frenzy, as the crew fought to keep the dying warship operational. Suddenly, a message crackled over the comms channel. It was Navani, her voice strained but resolute. We've reached the command center, she reported, engaged in heavy combat, attempting to disable communications. Silence descended, broken only by the sounds of weapons fire and explosions. Then, Navani's voice returned, weaker now, but still determined. Communications are down, she said. We succeeded. The swarm, it's losing its unity. A cheer erupted on the bridge, cut short by the stark reality of their situation. The Lexington was still under siege, its shields failing, its systems failing. But we're not going to make it out, Navani continued, her voice barely a whisper. Tell my family. Tell them I fulfilled my duty. The comms channel fell silent. Elias stared at the screen, his heart heavy with loss. Navani was gone, another life claimed in the desperate fight for survival. But her sacrifice had bought them time. The devourer swarm, now headless and disorganized, began to waver. The Lexington, crippled but defiant, still stood its ground, a monument to humanity's unbreakable will. Elias turned to Park, his face grim but resolved. Ready the energy frequency weapon for another sequence. Let's end this. The Lexington, fueled by desperation and the memory of those who had fallen, prepared to deliver the final blow. The fate of humanity hung by a thread, reliant on the fragile alliance with the KRYLL and the volatile power of Rat's weapon. They had lost much, but they would not yield. They would fight until the bitter end, for their survival, for their future, for the memory of those who had paid the ultimate price so that others might live. Boarding action. The crimson glow of the Lexington's hangar bathed Zargatha's assembled warriors, their carapaces gleaming under the harsh light. His modulator-enhanced voice, a gravelly rasp, filled the vast space. The Hive ship is hemorrhaging, weakened, but a cornered predator strikes with amplified savagery. He swept a massive claw toward the holographic projection, a sickly, pulsating map of the devourer vessel's twisted inner workings. Human interference has fractured its central consciousness. Now, we excise its vital core. His multifaceted, obsidian eyes scanned the KRYLL elite, veterans hardened by countless skirmishes against the devourers. Anticipation blazed in their gaze, a cold, unwavering hunger for carnage. That he saw no fear, only the burning desire to extinguish life. Our prime objective, the Nexus, the organic heart driving the entire vessel. Zargath tapped a bulbous, throbbing chamber on the hologram, deep within the alien architecture. Its destruction will leave the ship a derelict, a soulless husk adrift in the void, the swarm fractured. A grimace, visible only in the minute shifts of his mandibles, twisted his features. The word fractured, borrowed from the human lexicon, was a clumsy approximation of an alien concept. Swiftness, ruthlessness, unwavering strength. These are our tenets. Zargith pivoted, his gaze locking onto the Lexington's observation deck. Vance was there. He knew, scrutinizing their every move, that a prickle of something akin to resentment, a human emotion, surfaced and was swiftly suppressed. Alliance was, for now, necessity. From the shadows near the observation deck, a figure detached itself. Vance, his human form, a tapestry of vulnerability, seemed dwarfed by the surrounding KRYL behemoths. He approached with hesitant urgency. Zargith watched him draw near, antennae twitching almost imperceptibly. Human, state your intent. Elias Vance halted a few feet away, his expression a battleground of apprehension and resolve. He swallowed, Adam's apple jerking in his throat. I'm joining the assault. A low rumble of dissent vibrated through the KRYL ranks. Zargith silenced them with a raised claw. His attention returned to Vance, his multifaceted eyes dissecting the human. You, a technician, a strategist, not a warrior. You hold more value stationed here. Perhaps. Vance's voice held surprising firmness, meeting Zargith's unwavering gaze. But I can't remain idle. Navani, she afforded us this opportunity. My actions initiated this conflict, brought the KRYL into this mess. I'm obligated to see it through. Moreover, a flicker of defiance sparked in his eyes. My familiarity with the ship's schematics surpasses anyone else's. That I might prove beneficial. Zargith weighed the words, seeing the truth mirrored in Vance's face, the heavy burden of responsibility etched upon it. The human's motivations were divergent from the KRL's singular focus on obliteration. Something intricate, possibly laudable. You are a liability, Zargith stated, his voice devoid of warmth. You will impede our progress. You will necessitate safeguarding. Understood, Vance replied. I'll minimize the burden. Zargith grunted. Then brace yourself, human. You will confront the raw face of war. You will witness the KRL's unbridled ferocity, and you may find your end. Vance nodded, his face paling yet remaining steadfast. I'm prepared. Zargith turned to his warriors. Ready the boarding craft. The human accompanies us, functioning as a guide. He sensed the disapproval emanating from his ranks, yet obedience was their creed. His decree was absolute. The boarding craft, a streamlined obsidian shard, pulsed with latent power. Engineered for velocity and aggression, it could breach even the most impregnable defenses. Strapping himself into the harness, Vance felt a surge of adrenaline, a familiar blend of dread and exhilaration last experienced during his initial contact with the KRYL. He glanced at Zargith, already seated, his imposing form betraying no emotion. The KRYL leader's focus was riveted to the holographic display, his claws manipulating the schematics with practiced precision. A shudder resonated through the craft as the launch clamps released. A siren shrieked, a piercing cry that assaulted Vance's ears. He gripped the harness, knuckles bone white. The bay doors yawned open, revealing the chaotic ballet of space, the debris field of the shattered Devourer fleet, and the looming immensity of the Hive ship. Secure yourselves, Zargith's amplified voice resonated through the comm system. Breach imminent. The boarding craft surged forward, propelled by brutal acceleration. Vance felt the crushing force against his frame, his vision tunneling. The Hive ship swelled in his vision, its organic hull scarred and throbbing with an ominous green luminescence. Defensive turrets tracked their trajectory, energy weapons charging. A violent jolt rocked the craft as it absorbed a punishing volley of enemy fire. Alarms blared, bathing the interior in strobing crimson. Nausea clawed at Vance's stomach. Damage assessment. Zargith barked. Shields at 60%, a KRYL warrior reported. Armaments active. The boarding craft retaliated, unleashing a barrage of searing energy bolts that ripped through the Devourer defenses. Turrets detonated in eruptions of organic matter, leaving gaping wounds in the Hive ship's armor. Targeting breach point, Zargith announced. Prepare for collision. The craft hurtled toward a massive gash in the hive ship's hull, a festering wound inflicted by the Lexington's earlier assault. Vance squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact. The collision was catastrophic, a bone-jarring impact that reverberated through the craft. The lance of pain shot through Vance's shoulder as he slammed against the harness. He gasped for air, struggling to regain his equilibrium. Breach achieved, a KRYLL warrior yelled. Systems nominal. Zargith released himself from the harness, his movements a blur of predatory grace. Engage, eradicate all resistance. The boarding craft's doors hissed open, revealing the hive ship's interior, a nightmarish realm of pulsating flesh, dripping slime, and writhing tendrils. The air hung thick with the reek of decay and the cloying sweetness of alien biology. Devourer drones surged toward the breach, their chitinous bodies clicking and hissing, grotesque parodies of life. They wielded razor-sharp claws and gaping maws bristling with needle-like teeth. The KRYLL warriors charged into the fray, unleashing volleys of searing energy. Drones vaporized, their bodies exploding in showers of iridescent ichor. Yet they continued their advance, a relentless tide of extraterrestrial flesh. Vance stumbled from the craft, clutching a pulse rifle in trembling hands. He had never brandished a weapon in battle. His hands had never taken a life, save for the accidental demise of insects in his laboratory that he raised the rifle. His hands a chaotic tremor. He aimed at a drone lunging toward him. Its jaws agape that he squeezed his eyes shut and pulled the trigger. The rifle recoiled violently, sending a jolt of agony through his shoulder. He opened his eyes to see the drone collapse. A smoking cavity where its chest had been. He had ended a life. The wave of sickness washed over him. He fought the urge to retch, to flee, to vanish. But he was bound that he had made a conscious choice. He had volunteered for this descent into hell that he had to endure. Taking a deep breath, he forced his focus that he lifted the rifle, his gaze sweeping the corridor. For more targets, the battle engulfed him, a churning vortex of energy blasts, alien screeches, and the guttural roars of the KRYLL. Vance moved forward, firing at every drone that crossed his path. He was no longer a scientist, a technician, or a strategist. He was a combatant, an executioner. He was fighting for his survival. For the survival of humanity. He was battling for a future that might never dawn. Zargith observed the human, Vance, in combat. His movements were awkward, inefficient, yet persistent. He did not yield. Even as the drones closed around him, he did not shatter. Even as the air choked with the stench of death, that a fleeting sensation, bordering on respect, flickered within Zargith. The human was frail by KRYLL standards. Yet he possessed a fortitude Zargith had not anticipated, a resilience born not of brute force, but of something else, something intrinsically human. Human, Zargith bellowed, his voice echoing through the corridor. Maintain proximity. Your presence remains a liability, but a liability that is proving advantageous. Vance nodded, his face a mask of grim determination. He was aware of his limitations, knew he hampered their advance. Yet he persevered. That he fought for hope, even if that hope was as tenuous as a whisper in the void, inside the beast. The Devourer hive ship thrummed, a resonant vibration that rattled Zargith's carapace and set his mandibles twitching with unease. KRYLL warriors forged ahead, their bioluminescent weaponry casting emerald glimmers upon the slick, organic tunnels. An overwhelming miasma assaulted the senses. Putrid decay, sharp digestive acids, and a cloying sweetness like sun-baked, rotting fruit. Advance. Zargith barked, his command echoing off the throbbing walls. No faltering. The Nexus awaits. He trusted these warriors, forged in the crucible of constant conflict. Yet, even their movements betrayed a newfound wariness within this alien hellscape. The Devourers they had encountered on the periphery were pale imitations of the monstrosities now oozing from the shadows. Bloated, glistening drones scuttled along the walls, multi-limbed appendages clicking against the living surface. Many were unarmed, mere organic components of the hive's architecture. Others brandished crude, bioengineered weapons, pulsating sacks of corrosive ichor or chitinous claws honed to razor sharpness. Then emerged the specialized horrors, creatures that defied Classification Point 1. A towering abomination with a sieve-like carapace, unleashed clouds of stinging insects. Another, a serpentine and sightless thing, emitted a piercing wail that drove spikes of agony into the KRYLL warrior's auditory organs. Zargatha's bioengineered scythe, humming with restrained energy, swept through the insect swarm. Incinerating them in emerald bursts, he lunged at the serpentine horror, decapitating it with a single, decisive blow. The shriek died, replaced by the sickening wet slap of the creature's corpse upon the pulsating floor. "Hold the line," Zargath roared, his voice a guttural rasp. "Vance, give me a status report." Aboard the KRYLL flagship, orbiting the monstrous hive ship, Elias Vance, pale but determined, pored over a holographic display. The feed from Zargatha's helmet camera surged across the screen, a disorienting kaleidoscope of green light, grotesque forms, and brutal combat. "Still tracking your progress, Zargath," Elias reported, his voice tight with anxiety. "The hive ship's architecture, it's unprecedented. Less a machine, more a sentient organ that I'm seeing, chambers, conduits, arterial pathways. Trying to plot a course through the least fortified sectors." Elias paused, his atoms apple bobbing. The images were deeply unsettling. Even for a xenotechnologist, he was no warrior. Unlike the KRYLL engineer, a scientist, thrust into a desperate gamble for humanity's survival, perhaps the galaxy's. "There's a sub-artery, for lack of a better term, branching off the main conduit ahead," Elias offered, his fingers tracing paths across the holographic map. "Lighter defenses, but also narrower. Exercise extreme caution." "Acknowledged," Zargath growled. He motioned his warriors into the constricted passage. The walls pressed inward, the living flesh almost brushing their carapaces. The air grew stagnant and thick, saturated with the cloying stench of decomposition. Deeper within the hive ship, a psychological weight began to settle. These devourers were more than just enemies. They represented a perversion of existence, a mockery of life itself. Their alien biology, their utter disregard for recognizable forms, was profoundly disturbing. A young KRYLL, scarcely a season from hatching, faltered, his mandibles trembling. "Chieftain," he stammered, his voice barely audible above the ship's throbbing pulse. What are they?" Zargath halted, his gaze sharpening. "The Devourers," he stated, his voice a low rumble. "They consume, they annihilate. They are the antithesis of all life, and they must be extinguished." He placed a hand on the young warrior's shoulder, his grip surprisingly gentle. "Do not succumb to fear," he urged. "Embrace the battle. Channel your fury. Remember what they have stolen from us, from all life. Let that stoke your resolve." The young warrior straightened, his eyes hardening with renewed determination. "Understood, chieftain," he affirmed, his voice now steady. "For the KRYLL." Zargath nodded, satisfied. "For the KRYLL," he echoed. "And for what comes after." He couldn't explain that addition. KRYLL cared little for the future, only for the ceaseless cycle of war. But something had shifted since his unlikely alliance with the humans. He had witnessed their desperation, their tenacity, their willingness to fight for more than mere survival. Trust remained elusive, incomplete. Yet, he respected them, and he knew that their combined fate hinged on cooperation, on overcoming divisions to crush the Devourers. They pressed on, plunging deeper into the hive. Ship's core, resistance intensified, the creatures becoming more grotesque. The air vibrated with the sickening rhythm of organic machinery. The walls pulsed with a vile imitation of life. Elias's voice crackled in Zargatha's auditory implant. "Zargath, detecting a biological power surge ahead. Defenses are mobilizing. Prepare for heavy engagement." "Acknowledged," Zargath responded, tightening his grip on his blade, his mandibles clicking in anticipation. KRYLL, prepare to unleash the unyielding wrath. Rounding a bend, they confronted a vast chamber, a swirling vortex of organic horror. Tentacles lashed, pulsating sacs oozed, and malformed creatures clawed at the walls. At the chamber's heart, a colossal, throbbing organ pumped viscous, ebony fluid through a network of veins that crisscrossed the floor and ceiling. "That's it," Elias said, his voice strained. "That's the surge. They're feeding energy to the nexus. You have to sever the flow." Zargith, destroy the heart. Zargith surveyed the carnage, his eyes narrowing. The chamber was a slaughterhouse, creatures swarming like flies on carrion. But he spotted an opening, a narrow accessway leading directly towards the heart. KRYL, he commanded. Prepare for a frontal assault. We will breach their lines and destroy that vile organ. For the KRYL, for what it is we must protect. With a roar, the KRYL warriors charged into the abyss, their bioluminescent weaponry blazing. Zargith's spear headed the onslaught, his blade a blur of destruction. He severed flailing tentacles, burst pulsating sacs, and crushed grotesque forms beneath his armored boots. The ensuing battle was a savage, frenzied melee. The KRYL fought with desperate ferocity, their rage fueled by the knowledge that the destiny of their species, perhaps the galaxy, balanced on their actions. One by one, they fell, their bodies torn asunder by claws and bioengineered weaponry. But they fought on, their sacrifices buying Zargith precious seconds, precious meters. At last, he reached the narrow passage towards the heart. He plunged into the darkness, his blade leading the way. The passage was constricting, airless, the walls pressing against him. He could feel the pulsating flesh, the sickening rhythm resonating in his bones. He burst into a small chamber, directly facing the heart that was more monstrous up close. A writhing, obsidian-veined abomination, pumping ichor through every artery. Two hulking devourer guardians, clad in thick chitinous armor, stood sentinel, roaring a deafening challenge before lunging at Zargith. Zargith met their assault head-on, his blade singing that he parried, dodged, and struck with the speed of lightning. That he severed limbs, pierced armor, and finally, with a primal roar, he plunged his blade deep into the heart's core. The heart convulsed, shuddered, and then exploded in a torrent of viscous, black fluid. The chamber quaked, the walls trembled, the pulsating flesh withered, decayed. The hive ship's sickening drone faltered, then ceased. Elias, Zargith said, his voice strained yet triumphant. The heart is destroyed. The Nexus is vulnerable. Aboard the KRYL flagship, Elias Vance slumped in his chair, trembling with exhaustion and elation. I see it, Zargith, he whispered. Energy readings are plummeting. You did it. Against all odds, you did it. He gazed at the holographic display, the chaotic images of the devastated chamber. The fight raged on. The Devourers would not yield easily, but a blow had been struck, a decisive one. The Devourers were not invincible. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a chance to survive, to rebuild, to forge a future where KRYL and humanity could stand united against the encroaching darkness. But the abyss remained vast, the road ahead treacherous, and Elias Vance knew the price of that slim chance would be steep, far steeper than they could possibly imagine. Improvised weapon. Static-laced comms spat out the bestial growls of KRYL warriors embroiled in brutal melee. Elias Vance worried a sore spot on his inner cheek, the metallic tang of anxiety a constant companion. His trembling finger traced the Devourer hive ship's hollow schematic. Crimson blips denoting Zargith's team clustered, trapped, in a narrow conduit deep within the alien vessel. Too deep. Zargith, status. Vance barked, his voice a strained wire. Only a burst of noise answered, followed by an unnerving shriek that resonated even through the KRYL flagship's armored hull. Devourer sonics. Vile stuff. They encounter resistance. A KRYL voice grated from the comms console. Xyler, his mandibles clicking in a nervous tick. Vance recognized as genuine concern. The Devourers have adapted. They anticipated the approach to the central nexus. Vance cursed under his breath. Adaptable, he knew, but this smacks of coordinated evolution. That he had pored over sensor sweeps, dissected every energy pulse, every thermal bloom, trying to anticipate their tactics. Yet they remained a step ahead, battling a phantom, a chimera drawn from your worst imaginings. Casualties. Dread coiled in Vance's gut. Substantial. Xyler's tone was flat, revealing nothing, but Vance understood. Substantial to KRYL meant catastrophic elsewhere. These were not the mindless drones encountered initially. The Devourers infesting the hive ship were transformed, sharper, fiercer. He studied the schematic once more, the labyrinthine power grid threading the alien structure. Beyond that bottlenecked corridor lay the central nexus, the hive ship's thrumming core. If Zargith failed, Vance banished the thought. Failure held no quarter here. He raked a hand through thinning hair, his mind scrambling that he needed action. The KRYLL flagship offered sheer processing force, sensorium beyond human dreams, and the brutal edge of its warriors that IT lacked that spark, ingenuity. The human element, he recalled the research, the countless hours sunk into deciphering the Devourer energy signature, culminating in the frequency disruptor. A weapon shelved back on Earth, awaiting production. Useless, but the principle lingered. Xyler. Vance's voice sharpened, imbued with a desperate energy. I need access to the ship's energy matrix. Everything. Divert reserves from non-essential systems. Life support, auxiliary power, all of it. Xyler hesitated. Human. That is illogical. The ship requires Dash. The ship requires Zargith to succeed. Vance snapped. Do it, or we are all walking dead. He didn't wait. Ripping open a nearby panel, he exposed a nest of wires and conduits. The KRYLL utilized a bioorganic energy transfer system, veins pulsing with unearthly light. Repulsive, alien, yet utterly compelling. That he seized a KRYLL multi-tool, deciphered through sheer stubbornness, stripping wires. He ignored the ship's protesting clicks and hisses. That he needed to isolate an energy channel, one resonating with the Devourer frequency. He worked like a man possessed, hands slick, sweat beading on his brow, bypassing safeguards, rerouting power, creating a hazardous morass of sparks and crackling current. The air reeked of scorched biocircuitry, Xyler observed, multifaceted eyes wide with horror, laced with reluctant fascination. Human, what is your course? He finally growled. Improvising, Vance rasped. Building a disruptor. A concentrated burst of energy attuned to their frequency. That IT won't possess the intended scope, but it might clear that corridor. He finalized the crude construction, a grotesque growth grafted onto the ship's energy core, pulsing with bilious green light. Stand clear, Vance warned. Grabbing a KRYLL energy rifle, he recalibrated it, interfacing it with his makeshift device. The rifle existed to breach armor, to pulverize targets. Now, it was about to become something else. He inhaled deeply, engaging the disruptor. The ship shuddered, creaking under stress. Sirens wailed, bathing the bridge in pulsing red. The air crackled. He could feel the contained tempest racing through the jury-rigged device. Xyler, boost the comms signal to Zargith, Vance directed. Tell him to brace for a sonic shockwave and aim for the conduit's heart. He waited, heart a battering ram against his ribs, the rifle quivering. The feedback was overwhelming, a high-pitched whine that threatened to fracture his skull. He centered himself, channeling all into regulating the volatile device. Xyler nodded. Signal sent. Vance squeezed the trigger. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. Raw energy spewed from the rifle, a lance of shimmering green that slammed into the comms panel. The panel disintegrated, but the energy wave continued, amplified by the ship's array, rocketing toward the Devourer hive ship. He watched the holomap, holding his breath. The crimson icons winked out. For a terrifying moment, Vance thought he had annihilated them all. Then, a new signal, a single, strong pulse, bloomed from the corridor's center. Zargith, alive. The guttural snarls and piercing screeches choked off. Silenced in unnerving quiet. Then, a new sound. KRYLL victory, a deep, resonant bellow. Zargith states the conduit is clear, Xyler announced, grudging respect coloring his tone. The Devourers, they are incapacitated. Vance sagged against the console, relief flooding him. He had bought them time. He had transformed a dead end into a fighting chance. Damage assessment. Vance croaked. Significant, Xyler replied. The ship's energy matrix is unstable. Life support, minimal. Comms array, compromised. But functional. Vance cared little. They breathed. Zargith remained in the fray. And he, Elias Vance, a scientist adrift, had just saved them with salvaged components and desperation. The silence cracked with Zargith's voice, a low rumble that chilled Vance. Human, your improvisation was effective. It was the closest to praise Vance would ever hear from a KRYLL. We proceed to the central nexus, Zargith continued. Prepare for further adaptations. The Devourers will not yield easily. Vance knew it at a temporary reprieve. The Devourers persisted, evolving, but they had a chance at a sliver of hope. Studying the schematic once more, at the pulsating nexus, he noticed a subtle disturbance in the energy flow, a faint flicker suggesting something else, more dangerous. Zargith, Vance interjected urgently. I'm detecting a secondary energy signature near the nexus. Something new. Exercise caution. It could be a trap. He couldn't foresee what awaited them at the hive ship's core, but the Devourers remained a threat. The fight was not concluded. He forged a weapon, but the war only just dawned. The hive core. The corridor, barely wide enough for two KRLL warriors abreast, pulsed with a jaundiced light that seemed to emanate from the very marrow of the metal. Each footfall crunched on the shattered remains of Devourers, their carapaces a grim testament to the Disruptor's potency and the boarding party's brutal efficiency. As Zargith's mandibles clicked in a low, almost mournful cadence, the oppressive bulk of the hive ship a tangible presence against his carapace. The air reeked of burnt metal and decay, a far cry from the crisp, sterile tang of his own vessel. Energy spikes escalating, Elias Vance reported, his voice a static-laced whisper in Zargith's ear. Closing in. The signature. It's aberrant. Something wholly new. Almost alive. Zargith grunted, acknowledging the information. The low thrum vibrating through the ship resonated within his very bones. A symphony of corrupted power. His warriors, flanking him, stirred, their bioluminescence flaring with unease. Even these veterans, forged in countless campaigns, felt the oppressive dread seeping from the hive core. Maintain formation, Zargith rumbled, his voice a resonant baritone that sliced through the surrounding cacophony. Vance, prime another pulse, max power. The corridor opened into a vast, echoing chamber bathed in an intensified, bilious glow. The spectacle was horrifying. Veins, swollen and distended, lined the walls, throbbing with a viscous, emerald fluid. Clutches of devourer eggs, resembling grotesque pearls, adhered to the ceiling, awaiting their vile birth, dominating the space. The hive core pulsed at the center. It was no mere mechanism, a living, breathing abomination. A grotesque nexus of organic matter, interwoven with arteries and pulsating. Veins pumping a fetid, greenish essence. Tendrils, thick as pythons, anchored it to the ship, while others writhed, seeking purchase in the air like ravenous serpents. At its heart, a single, colossal orb, milky and unwavering, gazed out into the infinite black. Alerted to their intrusion, the Devourers surged forward, a relentless tide of chitin and claw. But these were altered, amplified, shimmering with an iridescent sheen. The Disruptor had carved a path, but these were clearly a more resilient strain, evolved to circumvent its effects. Brace yourselves. Vance's voice was tight with alarm. They're adapting. Frequency shift detected. The KRYL warriors unleashed a searing rain of plasma fire, atomizing the vanguard of attackers. Yet for every devourer incinerated, two more clawed their way forward. The air thickened with the reek of burning biomatter and the agonized shrieks of the dying. Zargith, his claws slick with devourer ichor, recognized the unsustainable attrition. Vance now, he roared. Disruptor, maximum output, clear a path to the core. Aboard the KRYL flagship, Elias wrestled with the ship's systems, rerouting energy flow, bypassing critical safeguards, pushing the power matrix beyond its design tolerances. Alarms wailed, lights stuttered, and the entire vessel groaned under the escalating strain. That he remained oblivious, his focus razor-sharp. The fate of his people, the galaxy itself, rested on his calculations. Firing, he announced, his voice strained and thin. Hold tight. A wave of raw energy erupted from the KRYL warship, engulfing the hive ship. The jaundiced light flickered, then vanished, plunging the chamber into momentary blackness. In the next instant, the disruptor pulse struck with devastating force. The effect was both immediate and absolute. The evolved devourers, their systems overloaded, spasmed, and disintegrated, reduced to trails of smoking ash. The swollen veins on the walls burst open, showering the chamber with a torrent of toxic green fluid. Even the hive core convulsed, its solitary eye blinking rapidly as the energy washed over it. When the wave receded, it left behind only ruin. Silence filled the chamber, punctuated by the hiss of escaping gases and the crackle of lingering energy. The stench of ozone and decay hung heavy, but the devourers, for now, were neutralized. Zargith surveyed the devastation, his mandibles clicking with somber deliberation. The path to the hive core lay open, but he knew this was merely a fleeting reprieve. The devourers would adapt, mutate, regenerate. They always did. "Vance," he said, his voice a low growl. "Report." "The disruptor pulse bought us time," Elias replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "But the core, it's recovering. The energy signature is climbing that we need to disable it permanently." Zargith acknowledged the assessment that he knew what must be done. He turned to his warriors, their bioluminescent markings now dimmed in the oppressive gloom. "Prepare for final assault," he commanded. "We will destroy the hive core, for the KRYLL, for..." A shadow of something akin to respect flickered across his hardened features. "For humanity." He initiated the charge, his massive form plowing through the debris-strewn chamber. His warriors followed, plasma cannons blazing, their battle cries echoing through the monstrous vessel. They advanced towards the hive core, toward the source of the infestation, towards the very heart of the enemy. As they drew closer, the hive core throbbed with renewed intensity. Its singular gaze locked on Zargith. Tendrils, thick and sinuous, lashed out, attempting to bind him, but he evaded them with practiced ease, his movements a blur of lethal precision. Reaching the base of the core, he plunged his claws into its yielding flesh. "Vance," he said, his voice barely audible above the din of battle. "I'm in position. What are your parameters?" A brief silence stretched. Then Elias's voice crackled through the calm, measured and concise. "There's a nexus point directly beneath the eye. Its primary control center. I'm transmitting the frequency. Overload it." Elias fed him the complex frequency, a cascading torrent of numbers and algorithms designed to disrupt the core's network. He had calculated the resonance, the specific key that would shatter its delicate equilibrium. Zargith absorbed the data, his mind a steel trap that he closed his eyes, visualizing the frequency. Feeling its raw power surge within him, he channeled his own energies, magnifying the signal, focusing it on the vital nexus point. "Now," Vance urged, "unleash everything you have done." No holding back. With a primal roar, Zargith rammed his claws into the nexus, channeling the disruptor frequency directly into the heart of the hive core. The reaction was instantaneous and devastating. The core convulsed, its swollen veins rupturing and spewing forth a torrent of viscous, foul-smelling ichor. The single, massive eye widened in what could only be agony, then shattered, sending shards of milky glass raining down. The entire chamber shuddered, the very structure of the hive ship groaning under the immense strain. A wave of raw energy erupted from the core, engulfing Zargith, searing his flesh, burning his lungs. He stumbled back, his vision blurring, his body screaming in protest. But he maintained his grip, his will unyielding. The hive core continued its death throes, its final convulsions shaking the entire vessel. Then, with a final, agonizing moan, it imploded, its monstrous mass dissolving into a pool of noxious sludge. Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by the hiss of escaping vapors and the crackling of diminishing energy. Zargith stood amidst the carnage, his body battered and bruised, his armor scorched and broken. Yet, he stood victorious. "Vance," he said, his voice raspy and strained. "It's finished. The hive core is destroyed." A pause, then Elias's voice crackled with a mixture of elation and disbelief. "Incredible, Zargith. You did it. You actually did it." Zargith grunted. He had done it. But at what cost? He gazed around at the ravaged chamber, the bodies of his fallen warriors, the utter desolation that he had potentially saved humanity. But he had also bound them to an alliance with the KRYLL, a pact forged in desperation and cemented in blood. That he knew this was merely the opening salvo. The war against the Devourers was far from over. And the true battle, the fight for the very soul of humanity, had only just begun. sacrifice, and salvation. The air reeked of burnt metal and decay, a noxious cocktail that stung the nostrils. The hive core chamber, a testament to alien bioengineering gone awry, was splattered with the vibrant gore of both KRYL and Devourer. Zargotha's roar, a primeval bellow that resonated with the vessel's violent shudders, announced his presence. His once imposing carapace bore the marks of battle. Fissures spider-webbing across its surface, a shattered mandible, yet his gaze burned with undiminished ferocity. Before him, the hive core writhed, a grotesque ballet of pulsating tissue and malice. Ebon tendrils, slick with unnatural moisture, snapped outwards, each tipped with cruel, crystalline points. The ravenous horde of lesser devourers, reduced to living weapons of fang and claw, formed a shifting bulwark around the pulsating heart of the hive. Elias, hunched over his sparking console, felt a cold trickle of perspiration snake down his spine. The flagship groaned again, metal protesting against unimaginable stress. Zargoth, hold them back. The energy transfer is nearly complete, just a little further. His voice, strained to a breaking point, betrayed the urgency of his task. With each passing moment, the Devourers adapted, their onslaught escalating in speed and precision. Elias could see it in the frantic dance of readings across his display. Time is a resource I willingly expend, human Vance, Zargoth growled, his voice a gravelly counterpoint to the biomechanical cacophony. He parried a storm of barbed lashes with his greatsword. The blade, formerly a mirror of obsidian, now reflected the carnage with a network of scored imperfections. He spun, carving a swathe through a knot of smaller devourers, their forms dissolving into a cloud of acrid vapor. However, my supply dwindles. A thrashing tendril slammed into Zargoth, sending him staggering against a bulkhead that he gasped, air whistling through a rent in his armored chest. Adrenaline surged through Elias. Zargoth, clear the area. I'm almost there. Ignoring the searing pain that laced through his body, the KRYL warrior regained his footing. He spat a viscous glob of black ichor onto the grimy floor. Soon as not yet, human, the devourer vermin pressed close. He lunged forward once more, a whirlwind of sharpened edges and seething animosity. The devourers met his attack with suicidal abandon, their claws tearing at his defenses, their fangs seeking purchase on exposed flesh. Zargoth fought with instinctive fury, each swing of his blade a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Elias watched, while rising in his throat. He was a technician, a strategist, ill-suited for close combat. Yet, he was also a soldier, and could not stand idly by while. Zargoth traded his life for precious seconds, snatching a discarded plasma rifle from the remains of a fallen comrade. Its power cell flickering ominously, he took aim and fired. Emerald bolts sliced through the devourers, creating brief, vital openings for Zargoth. Vance, focus on the objective. Zargoth bellowed, his voice ragged. My demise is a price I am prepared to pay. Do not render it meaningless. His words struck Elias like a physical blow. The weight of countless lives rested upon his shoulders. Compelling himself to ignore the carnage, he focused, his fingers dancing across the console. He could feel the weapon charging, a rising crescendo of energy humming with anticipatory power. But the devourers were implacable. One of the mutated horrors slipped past Zargotha's guard, leaping toward Elias with horrifying speed, its jaws unhinged, revealing ranks of razor-edged teeth designed for rending flesh. Zargoth, reacting instantly, hurled himself in front of Elias, intercepting the attack. The devourer's fangs plunged into his shoulder, ripping through armor and muscle. That a howl of pain escaped Zargotha's lips, but he did not falter. Seizing the creature by its throat, he crushed its windpipe with savage force. The impact staggered Zargoth, sending him crashing to the ground. He looked up at Elias, his eyes clouded with pain, yet alight with a peculiar satisfaction. Now, human Vance, he wheezed, his voice a bare whisper. Now finish this. Elias stared at Zargoth, heart hammering against his ribs. He saw the crimson tide blooming across his armor, the light fading from the KRYL warrior's eyes. He knew what had to be done. He slammed his fist onto the activation switch. The chamber erupted in a blinding radiance. The air crackled with untamed energy to a piercing shriek, born of pure power. escalated into an unbearable assault on the senses. The Devourers convulsed, their bodies writhing as the energy weapon unleashed its destructive force. The effect was immediate, absolute. The hive core's tendrils withered and blackened, their once vibrant surfaces turning to brittle ash. The mutated Devourers disintegrated into motes of dust. The entire chamber vibrated with a frequency both otherworldly and terrifyingly familiar. Elias watched, his expression a mixture of awe and revulsion. The weapon functioned as designed, tearing apart the hive core's fundamental structure. Yet the raw power unleashed was a cataclysmic force that defied comprehension. He glanced at Zargith, lying motionless on the floor. The KRYL warrior had purchased this opportunity with his very life, offering Elias the seconds needed to activate the weapon. The light began to dissipate. The shrieking subsided, replaced by the hiss of escaping gases. Silence descended upon the chamber. The hive core, once a source of pulsating dread, was now a lifeless husk, its surface scarred and inert. Elias stumbled towards Zargith, his legs heavy with exhaustion. He knelt beside the fallen warrior, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch his shoulder. "Zargith?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the ringing in his ears. "Zargith, can you hear me?" There was no response. Zargith's eyes remained closed, his breathing shallow and ragged. A wave of despair crashed over Elias. He had succeeded. The hive core was destroyed, and countless lives were spared. But the victory had come at a cost he hadn't fully anticipated. He lowered his head, his shoulders slumping with grief. He was a sole figure amidst the ruins of a battlefield. The triumph felt hollow. Purchased with irreparable loss, the low groan echoed through the chamber. Elias snapped his head up. Zargith's eyes were open, though glazed over. A flicker of defiance remained in their depths. "Human Vance," he rasped, his voice faint but distinct. Did it succeed?" Elias nodded, tears blurring his vision. "Yes, Zargoth.it worked. You did it. You saved us all." A ghost of a smile touched Zargith's lips. "Good," he breathed, a final exhalation of relief. Then it was worth the price. His eyes closed once more. His breathing grew more labored. Elias knew the end was near. He leaned closer, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Zargith," he said. "Thank you for everything." Zargith offered no further response, but Elias caught a slight twitch at the corner of his lips, a final acknowledgement of the bond forged in the crucible of destruction. Then Zargith's breathing ceased, his body stilled. That he was gone. Elias remained kneeling, his head bowed in silent mourning. He had lost a compatriot, a confidant, an unlikely ally. He had gained an invaluable understanding of the true meaning of sacrifice. Rising to his feet, his face hardened with resolve. The war against the Devourers was far from over, but humanity now had a chance to survive, to rebuild, to shape a new future. That chance was a direct result of the valor and ultimate sacrifice of Zargith the Unyielding, a KRYL warrior who dared to imagine a concord between vastly different civilizations. He turned and walked from the chamber, leaving the lifeless body of the KRYL behind. He would carry the memory of his courage and dedication as a constant reminder of the costs of freedom and the need for unity in the face of insurmountable odds. As he stepped into the corridor, he saw a contingent of KRYL troops approaching. They halted upon seeing him, their expressions grave. They already knew of their leader's fate. Elias met their gazes directly, his eyes filled with renewed determination. "Zargith is no longer with us," he announced, his voice ringing with newfound authority. "But his sacrifice will never be forgotten. We honor his memory by rededicating ourselves to the fight. That we will obliterate the Devourers. We will ensure a secure future for our people." The KRYL soldiers nodded in grim understanding. They comprehended the fragility of the alliance between their race and humanity, acknowledging it as their only hope for survival. Like Zargith, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the humans, forging a legacy of cooperation and mutual respect. Elias turned and strode towards the bridge, his steps marked by unwavering purpose. The road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but he was no longer alone. With the KRYL at his side, he would confront the challenges to come. They would fight for their continued existence, for their autonomy, for their destiny. and they would forever remember the sacrifice that paved the path, the ultimate sacrifice of Zargith the Unyielding. The swarm breaks. The final sequence locked, humming into existence with a satisfying surge that vibrated up through Elias's fingertips. He leaned back against the KRYLL flagship's chilly hull, a metallic tang replacing the ozone now. Exhaustion, a heavy blanket, settled over him as the adrenaline receded on the main display. The Devourer hive core's malevolent crimson gave way to swirling colors, a chaotic ballet of raw data. Finished, he croaked, his throat scratchy. The frequency's live. Around him, the KRYLL warriors stood like statues, multifaceted lenses focused on the screen. Their obsidian armor, usually shimmering with inner light, seemed dimmed, reflecting the moment's gravity. The air crackled with a palpable tension. Then, a phantom ripple, invisible yet potent, expanded from the ruined hive core, registering on sensor arrays as a disruptive aurora. The display screen spasmed, bathing the KRYLL's chitinous faces in erratic light. A low, primeval drone resonated through the vessel's framework, vibrating within Elias's sternum. On the tactical overlay, the once impenetrable mass of Devourer icons fractured. Individual blips winked out, their energy signatures extinguished. Others pirouette aimlessly, movements disjointed and spastic. The hive mind, the linchpin of the Devourer's terrifying power, shattered. A guttural exultation erupted from the KRYLL ranks, a primal roar of triumph and savage anticipation. They surged forward, weapons primed, eager to exploit the Devourer's sudden frailty. Halt! Zargith the Unyielding's voice reverberated, silencing the din. Elias recognized the war leader's command. Zargith stood like a monolith, his imposing form radiating authority. His mandibles clicked softly as he scrutinized the tactical display, his gaze sharp and calculating. Observe, Zargith instructed, gesturing towards the chaotic scatter of the Devourer swarm. Effective, yes, but range remains limited, disoriented, not eradicated. They will regroup, adapt. Elias nodded, thoughts already coalescing. We need to amplify it, extend the reach, he said. Recalibration's possible, but it'll take time. Zargith turned his multifaceted gaze upon Elias, expression inscrutable. Time, a currency we lack, he declared, his tone inflexible. This advantage must be seized now. He paused, mandibles clicking once more. Human, he conceded, softening slightly. Accomplishment is yours. A weapon against this blight. But this is not your conflict. Return to your vessel. We will secure this territory. Elias's hackles rose. KRYLL were fiercely independent, protective of their domain. But retreat wasn't an option. That he had invested too much. Respectfully, Zargith, Elias countered, meeting the war leader's gaze. Our fight, as well. We need this zone as urgently. Recalibration from here, I can expedite. Zargith studied him, alien eyes assessing him with unnerving intensity. Finally, a slow nod. Acceptable, human, he granted. Stay. Dictation of strategy, however, is forbidden. Technical support, nothing more. Elias swallowed his pride. Tactical brilliance belonged to Zargith. He was an engineer, not a warrior, but contribution was still possible. Understood, Elias affirmed. Orders. Zargith returned to the tactical display. Fixated on the retreating Devourer swarm. A barrage of commands erupted, resonating with power. First wave, advance, target compromised units. Second wave, perimeter secure, regrouping is forbidden. Third wave, orbital bombardment prep. This sector must be purged. As the KRYLL warriors surged forth, weapons blazing, Elias spun back to the console. Fingers dancing over the controls, he began the recalibration, fine-tuning the frequency, pushing the signal beyond its limits. Heat radiated from the console, a testament to the strain on the ship's power grid. But retreat was not an option. Not now. Across the battlefield, USA forces also capitalized on the Devourer's turmoil. Commander Navani watched from the USS Enterprise's bridge, her face a mask of grim determination. The tactical display mirrored the chaos, Devourer units faltering and falling back. Situation, she snapped, her voice echoing through the bridge. Devourer activity diminished. Commander, Lieutenant Alvarez reported, his fingers flying. Coordination fractured, movements erratic, we're regaining ground. Casualties? Navani pressed, her voice taut. Still significant, Commander, Alvarez replied. But lower than projected. The KRYLL frequency is leveling the playing field. Navani nodded slowly. The KRYLD an unbelievable alliance, a perilous bargain. But it appeared to be paying off, for now. Maintain the offensive, Navani ordered. Exploit their vulnerability, but remain vigilant. The Devourers are not broken. Adaptation is their strength. They will return stronger. She paused, her gaze hardening. And prepare orbital strikes. Regrouping will not be permitted. Incinerate them from orbit. As the USA fleet launched a volley of plasma torpedoes, the Devourer swarm scattered, desperately trying to escape. Explosions painted the sky, the air thick with the stench of scorched chitin and ionized particles. For the first time in months, humanity and the KRYLL pressed the attack, reclaiming lost territory. They were fighting for their very existence. But Navani understood that this was just the dawn. The Devourers were relentless, an inexorable force. Defeat would not come easily. As she watched the battle unfold, a chill permeated her soul. The war was far from won, and she dreaded the sacrifices ahead. Back on the KRYLL flagship, Elias labored tirelessly, pushing the energy frequency weapon beyond its design limits. His body screamed in protest, exhaustion gnawing at him. But surrender was not an option. Not while hope persisted. He glanced at Zargith, who watched the battle silently, his expression unreadable. What thoughts churned behind those alien eyes? Did he trust him, believe in their alliance? Or was humanity simply a pawn, a means to an end? He didn't know. And time was a luxury he couldn't afford. Alliance in this moment was enough. For now, it was all that mattered. Staggered by the disruptive wave, the Devourers retreated. KRYLL fighters harried their flight, weapons carving through their ranks. The USA fleet piled on, unleashing relentless orbital fire, a devastating synergy. The Hive core, now a smoldering crater, pulsed weakly, its energy signature flickering. Erratically, the swarm's connection was severed, leaving them scattered in prey. The swarm breaks. But Elias knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not the finale. That it was a fragile interlude. The Devourers would be back, hardened, more devious, and when that day arrived, humanity and the KRYLL had to be prepared or face oblivion. A warrior's farewell. The Voidbringer groaned, a deep, protesting thrum that wasn't born of enemy fire, but the raw, unbridled power unleashed by its own guns as they hammered what remained of the Devourer armada, strapped into a jury-rigged KRYLL command chair, human interfaces biting into his flesh. Elias watched the swirling chaos on the tactical displays, his vision blurring at the edges with exhaustion. Beneath his fingertips, the frequency weapon, still undergoing minute adjustments, vibrated with contained fury. It was holding, but the strain was palpable. He risked a glance left. Zargith, the unbreakable, stood like a granite statue, a testament to KRYLL endurance despite the rents in his chitinous armor weeping viscous, violet blood. That he embodied their resilience, perhaps even their fatal flaw, an unwillingness to acknowledge limitations. That a sharp click of mandibles pierced the air, a sound that once sparked terror in Elias. Now, it was mere background noise to the symphony of destruction. Human. Zargith ground out, his voice a ruined rasp forced through a mangled vocal sac. Elias snapped to attention. Warleader. Devourer, essence wanes. The predatory fire in Zargith's multifaceted eyes had dimmed, replaced by a glaze Elias recognized with chilling certainty: death. The frequency weapon is working. It's disrupting their collective, scrambling their coordination, but it's temporary. They will adapt. Elias's tone remained even, devoid of any celebratory note. He'd witnessed too much carnage, too much sacrifice, to revel in a fleeting advantage. Zargith grunted, a sound ambiguous as assent or dismissal. Adaptation is ingrained in KRYLL nature. He shifted, a tremor rippling through his massive frame. Yet time dwindles. A furrow creased Elias' brow. He'd seen KRYLL shrug off injuries that would obliterate a human. This was different, deeper, fatal. War leader, your wounds. Irrelevant. Zargith cut him off. The denial ringing hollow, he fixed his gaze on the chaotic ballet of the battle unfolding on the displays. The KRWL will endure because of this. He indicated the human interfaces with a heavy claw. Elias understood. Zargith wasn't simply referencing the frequency weapon that he meant the alliance, that unthinkable partnership forged in the crucible of annihilation that he was acknowledging, in his own stoic way, that humanity, deemed weak and insignificant, had brought a crucial element to the war, a unique brand of strength. You possess valor, human. Zargith's words seemed wrested from him with great difficulty, and a strategic intellect, alien to the KRYLL, yet effective. Elias swallowed, caught off guard by the rare praise. I simply did what needed to be done. Zargith's stare was unwavering. Necessity breeds innovation and devastation. He paused, his breathing becoming labored. You comprehend devastation. Elias averted his gaze, the memory of the KRYLL assault on the Devourer homeworld searing his mind. The screams, the tearing of flesh, the sheer, brutal efficiency of it all. He understood destruction all too well. He just wasn't sure he desired to. The frequency weapon, Zargith rasped, his voice fading. Refine, amplify its power. I will, Elias vowed, his throat tight. I will do everything in my power. Zargith gave a slow nod, a single drop of violet ichor tracing a meandering path down his carapace. Good, the KRYLL must prevail. He shifted his weight, his grip tightening on the command dais for support. Now, leave me. Elias hesitated. War leader, I have obligations to discharge, Zargith replied, a spark of his former authority rekindling. Go. Ensure the weapon functions. Elias' new argument was pointless. He unbuckled himself from the chair, his body screaming in protest. He gave a sharp nod. As you command. He turned and walked away, his boots echoing on the metallic floored the doorway. He glanced back. Zargith remained motionless, his gaze locked on the raging battle beyond, a warrior to the core, confronting death with the same unwavering resolve he had shown in life. Elias passed through the doorway, leaving Zargith to meet his end. He had a job to do. He found Navani awaiting him in the makeshift laboratory they had constructed on the Voidbringer. That her face was drawn, etched with concern. Elias, what's happening? I saw you leave the command deck. Zargith is dying, Elias stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Navani's eyes widened. Dying? But the KRYLL possess unparalleled resilience. He's beyond resilience, Elias responded. He's embracing his duty. Navani closed her eyes briefly, absorbing the impact of his words. And the battle? We're gaining ground, for now, Elias explained. The frequency weapon is proving effective, but it's not a decisive blow. The Devourers are still adapting. That we need to improve its function, amplify its effect. Then let's get to work, Navani said, her voice regaining its familiar determination. Every moment counts. They toiled in silence, broken only by the hum of machinery and the occasional crackle of unleashed energy. Elias dove back into the data, modifying algorithms, fine-tuning frequencies, pushing the weapon past its limits. Navani monitored the battle, relaying reports, coordinating defenses, and offering suggestions. A team, hardened in the crucible of desperation, fighting together to preserve their species. Hours blurred, marked only by the relentless rhythm of the conflict. The Voidbringer continued to shudder, the air saturated with the sharp tang of ozone and the acrid stench of burning metal. The tactical displays depicted the Devourer armada slowly being repelled, their numbers dwindling, their coordination unraveling. Finally, Elias straightened, his back aching, his vision swimming. I think I've cracked it, he said, his voice raw. I've managed to stabilize the frequency, broaden its reach, and concentrate its force. Navani looked up, hope illuminating her face. Are you certain? As certain as I can be, Elias replied. It's still a gamble, but it's our best chance. Navani nodded. Then let's unleash it. Elias initiated the new settings, the frequency weapon throbbing with barely contained power. He watched the tactical displays, his heart hammering. The Devourer fleet, already weakened from the initial assault, began to disintegrate, their formations collapsing into disarray. A roar of triumph erupted from the KRYL warriors on the bridge, a cacophony of clicks and guttural cries. Even Navani permitted herself a small smile, but Elias felt no exhilaration. That he knew this triumph was temporary. He knew the devourers would return, stronger and more cunning. That he knew the war was far from won. A KRYL warrior approached, his mandibles clacking urgently. Human, Commander Navani, War Leader Zargith requests your presence on the command deck. Elias and Navani exchanged a look, Zargith summoning them. After ordering Elias to leave, something was amiss. They followed the warrior to the command deck, their hearts pounding. The scene that greeted them was one of grave solemnity. KRYL warriors stood rigidly at attention, heads bowed, weapons raised at in the center. Zargith lay prone upon the command dais, his massive body inert and silent. That a KRYL shaman, covered in ritualistic markings, stood beside him, chanting in a deep, resonant voice. The air hung heavy with the scent of incense and the metallic tang of blood. The shaman turned, his gaze ancient and knowing. War Leader Zargith the Unbreakable has entered the void, he intoned, his voice echoing through the chamber. He awaits the judgment of the KRYL ancestors. Navani gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Elias felt a pang of something akin to grief, a strange and unexpected emotion for a creature he had once considered an enemy. The shaman approached, offering a small, intricately carved bone amulet. War Leader Zargith entrusted this to you, Human Elias Vance, he said. It is a token of his respect and gratitude. Elias took the amulet, his fingers trembling slightly. He examined it closely, his mind reeling. It was a KRYL war totem, a potent symbol of protection and strength. Why would Zargith bestow it upon him? The shaman continued, his voice low and solemn. War Leader Zargith entrusted me with a final message. That he said. Inform the human that the KRYL will honor the alliance. Impress upon him that his valor and his resourcefulness will not be forgotten. Tell him that the destiny of the KRYL rests within his grasp. Elias stared at the amulet, his thoughts racing. The future of the KRYL in his hands. It was an impossible burden, a crushing weight, but he knew he couldn't refuse. That he owed it to Zargith. He owed it to the KRYL. He owed it to humanity. He looked at Navani, her face reflecting a mixture of sorrow and resolve. That he knew she felt it too. The immense pressure bearing down on them. That he clutched the amulet tightly, his gaze fixed on the silent form of Zargith the Unbreakable. We will not fail you, War Leader, he whispered. We will endure. We will prevail. The shaman nodded, his eyes conveying a strange blend of sorrow and hope. The void awaits, he said, but the battle continues. As the KRYL warriors commenced their funerary rites, Elias and Navani withdrew from the command deck, leaving Zargith to his final rest. They had a war to win, and the fate of two species hinged upon their actions. Haunted hero. The void talon hummed, a deep thrumming that resonated through Elias Vance's bones, a constant companion in this alien vessel. The bridge, once foreign, now felt strangely like home. The recent celebrations, well, they were certainly an experience. KRYL festivities were a savage spectacle of ritual combat and dubious beverages, the latter of which Elias had tactfully avoided, preferring the quiet solitude of a corner in a nutrient bar. Hero, that was the mantle thrust upon him. The human savior, metals, weighty alien metal, had been pressed into his hands. That he'd mumbled his thanks, endured the backpats that threatened to shatter his spine with KRYL strength, and retreated to the sanctuary of his work. Now, steeped in the void talon's eerie emerald glow, he scrutinized the latest sensor sweeps. The energy-frequency weapon, birthed from his collaboration with Zargith, resonated powerfully, a disruptive chord against the lingering vestiges of the devourer swarm. The enemy was scattered, wounded, but far from vanquished. His fingers flew across the console, fine-tuning parameters, chasing optimal performance. Obsession fueled him. Every adjustment was a tribute to Zargith, a desperate attempt to justify the war leader's belief in him. He saw Zargith's phantom in the flickering lights, heard the echo of his gravelly voice in the ship's vibrations. The KRL's fate, their very existence, bore down on him, A crushing weight. Sleep was a forgotten indulgence. When it came, nightmares savaged him. He relived the Ulysses destruction, felt the razor bite of vacuum, heard the screams of his crew swallowed by the nothingness. He saw the devourers, monstrous shapes contorting in the abyss, their hunger a palpable force. And then Zargath, his face a bloody mask, roaring defiance at the end that he'd jolt awake, slick with sweat, the bitter taste of fear clinging to his tongue. And he would shamble back to the console, driven by the need to actively fight back the encroaching darkness. Back on Earth, news of their success ignited a flicker of cautious hope. Commander Navani, exhaustion carved into her features, yet her eyes still blazing, addressed the battered nation. Her voice, broadcast through fractured networks, offered a fragile beacon amidst the ruins. "We have struck a decisive blow," she declared, her tone resolute. "But the war rages on. We have bought time, a window to recover, to fortify our defenses, to prepare for the Devourer's inevitable return." Rebuilding. The word echoed hollowly in Elias's mind. Rebuild what? He had witnessed so much annihilation, so much irreparable loss, that the concept felt tragically absurd. Memories surfaced, vibrant cityscapes pulsing with life and aspiration. Now, those horizons were serrated silhouettes against a bruised sky, silent monuments to a broken world. News trickled in, glimpses of families huddled in makeshift shelters, the skeletal frameworks of cities slowly being consumed by the wilderness, the haunted faces of those who remained. The reports were grim. Shattered communications, crippled infrastructure, and vanishing resources. The once unchallenged superpower of the USA was now a fractured mosaic of isolated communities struggling for survival. Yet, from the ashes, flickered resilience. Communities organized, shared meager supplies, offered solace to one another. Engineers toiled to mend what was broken. Scientists probed the Devourer's secrets, and ordinary citizens contributed what they could to piece their lives back together. Navani, navigating political quagmire amidst the fallout from the KRYLL alliance and the agonizing consequences of her command decisions, proved herself an indomitable force. She directed relief efforts, secured diminishing supplies, and skillfully navigated the treacherous political currents with unwavering determination. She was a leader tempered in the crucible of war, her compassion tempered by unyielding pragmatism. She also understood the KRYLL alliance to be a bargain with the devil. While it had furnished humanity with a vital edge against the Devourers, it also demanded an exorbitant price. The KRYLL were savage, unyielding, their methods frequently at odds with human ethics. Sustaining the alliance was a precarious balancing act, a constant negotiation between practical necessities and moral considerations. Elias. Her voice rasped through the comms, dragging him back to the present. Report. Sensors remain stable. Commander, he responded, his voice rough. The energy weapon is holding. Devourer activity remains suppressed, but I am detecting subtle fluctuations in their energy signatures. They're evolving. Navani sighed audibly. As expected, keep me appraised that we're dissecting the data they left behind. Perhaps we can anticipate these changes, maintain our advantage. Understood. The line went silent, leaving Elias alone once more with his thoughts and the drone of the void Talon, that he gazed out at the swirling nebula beyond the viewport. A beautiful, terrifying tapestry of cosmic colors. The universe was vast and uncaring. Humanity, a fragile speck struggling to hold on in its immensity. That he closed his eyes, attempting to quell the relentless stream of images that plagued him. The faces of his fallen crewmates, the devastated cities, the grotesque forms of the Devourers, but they were always present, lurking in the dark corners of his mind, a constant reminder of the steep cost of survival. That a hero, they called him. But what sort of hero was he? One haunted by the specters of the past, burdened by the immensity of the future, forced to make impossible choices in a war that offered no easy way out. That on Earth, Navani sat in her makeshift office. A dimly lit room in what had once been a municipal building. Maps adorned the walls, marking confirmed Devourer locations, resource caches, and surviving human settlements. The room was stark and utilitarian, reflecting their desperate situation. At a young age, barely out of adolescence, approached her desk. He appeared drained, his face ashen. "Commander," he began, his voice faltering. "We've received a report from Sector 7. They're reporting civil unrest." Navani's brow furrowed. "Unrest? What kind?" "Food rationing, Commander. Medical supplies are dwindling. They say they feel forgotten." Navani's fist clenched. She had anticipated this. Resources were stretched to the breaking point, and some communities were inevitably facing the worst of the shortages. "Send them everything we can spare," she said, her voice unwavering. "And tell them we haven't abandoned them, that we are doing everything within our power." The aide nodded and withdrew. Navani leaned back, closing her eyes. The weight of her responsibility threatened to crush her. She was accountable for the lives of millions. Knowing she could not save them all, she opened her eyes, her gaze returning to the map. The devourer peril remained, lurking beyond the darkness, poised to strike. And humanity was fragmented, vulnerable, struggling to rebuild itself. The path ahead was long and tortuous, and she knew that more sacrifices lay ahead. But she also knew that humanity refused to surrender. They had faced annihilation before and prevailed. They had displayed resilience, adaptability, and an unexpected capacity for compassion. And now, they possessed the KRYLL, a tenuous alliance, forged in desperation, but an alliance nonetheless, an alliance that offered a chance to fight back. She picked up a datapad and began drafting a new directive that IT was time to ready themselves for the next phase of the conflict. IT was time to rebuild, to regroup, to strike back. IT was time to demonstrate that humanity was not ready to be consumed. The KRYLL depart. The sky, once bruised purple with the looming threat of KRYLL warships, lightened. The feeling, that gnawing anxiety of being prey under alien scrutiny, lessened its grip, though the air remained tainted on Resilient Station's observation deck, Denver's highest salvage point. Navani breathed air only nominally cleansed, the faint metallic tang of ruin a constant companion. Below, the scarred earth pulsed with resurrection. Construction crews, like ants on a broken mound, scurried across the landscape, their efforts framed by the stark geometry of wrecked skyscrapers. The KRYLL, paradoxically, had bought this reprieve from the devourers. Now, humanity needed to earn it. The terse, calm message shattered her focus. "Commander Navani, Warleader Thrax requests a final parley." Thrax Zargatha's even more reticent air. Navani straightened, adjusting her uniform, crisp but worn. "Acknowledged. En route." The transport bay hummed with activity. Technicians fussed over KRYLL landing craft, scavenged war relics refitted with alien aid, symbols of both alliance and debt. Boots ringing on the deck, Navani approached the rendezvous point. 2 KRYLL warriors, obsidian shells gleaming under harsh light, stood sentinel, their tilted heads an enigma of respect or mere acknowledgement. Deciphering KRYLL intentions was always a guessing game. Thrax dominated the bay, his colossal form eclipsing the humans, darker than Zargath. His carapace bore shimmering, labyrinthine patterns that a soft clicking emanated from his mandibles as he turned. "Commander Navani," Thrax resonated, his voice a deep rumble vibrating in her core. "The KRYLL withdraw. We are indebted for your assistance, War Leader," Navani replied, her voice steady amidst the alien presence. "Your contribution to Earth's defense has been invaluable." Thrax remained a stone monument. The devourers are not vanquished, merely dispersed. They will return. Vulnerability invites predation. His words, sharp as shattered glass, hung in the air. The victory felt precarious, purchased with a currency Earth could barely afford to spend. The devourers would adapt, learn, return with renewed ferocity. The shiver traced her spine. "We understand," she affirmed. "We will prepare." Thrax's multifaceted gaze studied her. "Preparedness necessitates strength. Strength demands adaptation. That we have observed your methods. Your desperation spawns innovation." A backhanded compliment, if it could be called that. Desperation felt like an honest assessment of humanity's current posture. "We have also observed your compassion," Thrax continued, his voice losing a fraction of its harsh edge. "A detriment, yet also a nascent strength. Do not allow it to paralyze you." Navani frowned. KRYLL society prized brute force. Compassion was a weakness to be purged. Yet, Thrax hinted at its potential value. Perhaps their single-minded image was a deception. Prior to our departure, Thrax continued, "We will provide boons, technology, knowledge at a reciprocal exchange, as stipulated." He gestured to a nearby transport, where KRYLL drones offloaded crates brimming with unfamiliar devices that Navani's breath hitched. She'd anticipated some level of assistance, but this exceeded every expectation. "This technology, a derivative of the energy frequency weapon, correct?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and foreboding. "Refined," Thrax confirmed. "Adapted IT will permit you to fortify your defenses to augment your resolve." Navani approached a crate, tracing the alien glyphs adorning its surface. This technology promised a seismic shift in their capabilities. New weapons, stronger shields, a chance to rewrite their fate. But the KRYLL dealt in pragmatism, not altruism. Every gift came with strings. "What is your price, war leader?" she asked, facing Thrax. "Such largesse cannot be freely given." Thrax paused, a faint clicking from his mandibles. "We require observation, data, your progress, your failures, your adaptation, that we will monitor your evolution. Commander Navani, we will glean knowledge from you. And perhaps, one day, we will solicit your aid." His words, cloaked in unsettling ambiguity, left a bad taste. The KRYLL weren't benefactors. They were investors, and that investment carried a weighty responsibility. "Understood," Navani said, her voice resolved. "We will not prove unworthy." Thrax gave a near imperceptible nod. The KRYLL depart. He turned and strode towards his landing craft, his shadow consuming the bay. The KRYLL warriors, their movements precise and synchronized, followed. Seconds later, the ship climbed into the wounded sky. Navani watched, her mind a whirlwind. The KRYLL were gone, their influence a lingering phantom, a reminder of the bargain struck, the price already paid. She turned to the crates of alien technology that humanity's survival hinged on deciphering this alien arsenal, that a gargantuan task, but they had weathered worse. "Move these to Research Sector Gamma," she ordered, her voice commanding. "Immediate priority, that I want a comprehensive assessment." As technicians began to maneuver the crates, Navani approached the bay's edge, surveying the ravaged world. The KRYLL had left, but the Devourers would return. When that day came, humanity had to be ready. Failure was not an option. The weeks that followed blurred into a relentless cycle. Scientists and engineers labored ceaselessly, dissecting the KRYLL technology. Complex yet strangely intuitive, it was designed for seamless integration into existing systems. Elias Vance, still haunted by the specters of past choices, immersed himself in the research with an almost manic intensity. Days bled into nights as he worked to unravel the alien devices, driven by a need for redemption, to validate his past actions. Navani watched him, a knot of concern tightening in her chest. Elias was a brilliant mind, but a fractured soul. She knew he craved absolution, but he wouldn't find it until every stone was unturned, every boundary tested. Breakthroughs emerged quickly. KRYLL technology amplified existing weaponry, supercharged energy output, and birthed new defensive shields. Existing tech received upgrades, efficiency increased, and long-standing problems found novel solutions. But the true turning point arrived in energy manipulation. The KRYLL had gifted them the key to the energy frequency weapon, refining it, amplifying its potency. They forged a weapon capable of potentially obliterating the Devourers. Hope flared like a rekindled flame. For the first time in years, humanity dared to envision a future, a chance at survival. Yet, Navani knew the conflict remained far from resolved. The Devourers still lurked, biding their time, waiting for a moment of weakness. And the KRYLL, ever watchful, awaited humanity's next move. The future remained shrouded, but one fact burned bright. Humanity wouldn't surrender. They'd made a pact with the devil, and now they'd confront the consequences head-on. Rebuild, adapt, and strengthen. The fate of Earth hung in the balance, bridging the divide. The lab's clinical whiteness vibrated with the low-frequency thrum of KRYLL tech. Elias massaged his temples, the schematic blurring before him. Days had dissolved into an indistinguishable mass of hours, each pulse of the equipment amplifying the pressure behind his eyes. Zargatha's demise weighed heavily, a burden of responsibility for a species he'd barely glimpsed, not grasped. Simply handing over the energy weapon plans felt insufficient, a mere transaction where an alliance was desperately needed. He shoved the chair back, its screech echoing his own frustration. "Blast it," he muttered, needing respite, fresh air, a clear mind. Those were the necessities now. Beyond the lab's confines, the sprawling research complex, hastily erected, pulsed with life. Scientists darted between labs, soldiers stood sentinel at checkpoints, and KRYLL technicians, their carapaces gleaming beneath harsh artificial lights, collaborated with human engineers that a strange tableau of desperation and cooperation. Elias headed for the small observation deck overlooking the KRYLL habitat, a painstakingly recreated slice of their native environment. Leaning against the railing, he studied the KRYLL as they moved within their fabricated world. The air, thick with the tang of ozone, carried another scent, alien and pungent, that defied easy identification, the aroma of untapped power, of terrifying potential. Also the faint undercurrent of his own fear, interwoven with a tenuous hope that this partnership might endure. Footsteps announced Dr. Eris Thorne's arrival, his brow deeply etched with thought. Thorne, the consummate pragmatist, had become consumed by the study of KRYLL culture and biology, a near-obsessive pursuit. "Can't sleep?" Thorne's voice resonated with a low timbre. Elias shook his head, thinking, ceaseless thinking. Thorne nodded, his gaze intent on the KRYLL below. They're remarkable creatures, certainly brutal, but efficient. Their society is a machine honed for survival, every action calibrated for propagation and defense. That a grim elegance resides within that structure. Elegance. Elias's scoff held no genuine bite. You find elegance in mandibles and unbridled aggression? Not the aggression itself, Thorne clarified, but the reason for it. We categorize them as monsters because of their differences. That we haven't deciphered the engine driving their actions. That we impute malice where there might simply be a divergent set of priorities. Elias sighed. And their priorities, Eris? Beyond conquest and consumption? Thorne turned, his expression grave. Survival. Paramount. They've stared into the abyss of extinction before, Elias. Multiple times, if the data gleaned from their ships is to be believed. They perceive the galaxy as a battlefield, and all within it as either resource or rival. So, how do we present ourselves as the former, not the latter? Weary cynicism sharpened Elias's question. By providing something of genuine worth, Thorne suggested, his gaze drawn back to the KRYLL habitat. Not merely weaponry, but intellect, insight, the opportunity to evolve and adapt. Elias considered this, the notion unsettling his core beliefs, the very convictions that had almost brought about their downfall. Later that day, Elias stood before the Security Council, their faces on the holoscreen mask-like and expectant. Only Navani's hinted at compassion. The meeting centered on the impending technology exchange program, the linchpin of their KRYLL alliance. Caution is paramount. General Petrov's voice scraped like gravel. We must not extend these beings unwarranted trust. The technology holds value, undoubtedly, but safeguards must be in place to prevent compromise of our defenses. Elias shifted, sensing the pervasive suspicion. The scars of the Devourer War still pulsed with pain, and the KRLL's methods remained disconcerting, to understate things. With all due respect, General, Elias interjected, his voice surprisingly firm. Our approach to this matter requires recalibration. A wave of murmurous dissent swept through the room. Petrov fixed him with a steely glare from the screen. And what approach would you advocate, Dr. Vance? One of blind faith. Not faith. No, Elias conceded. But comprehension. We must transcend a mere transactional relationship. The bond, however fraught, built on mutual respect, is crucial. Respect. A scornful voice echoed from the back of the room. Respect for a species steeped in savagery. Respect for their tenacity, their adaptability, their indomitable will to endure, Elias countered. We've witnessed their capabilities, we've benefited from their strength. For this alliance to solidify, we must delve into their motives, their culture. We must treat them as equals, not instruments. Silence descended. He felt the weight of their skepticism, their dread. Driven by a long-dormant conviction, he pressed on. Consider this, he urged. We triumphed over the Devourers by exploiting a weakness, a chink in their armor they couldn't shield. That vulnerability wasn't physical, but a frequency, a unique energy signature. True defense demands understanding, not only of the Devourers, but of all potential adversaries. That includes the KRYLL. He paused, inhaling deeply. We cannot afford to indulge in ignorance, to clutch our prejudices. The galaxy is an arena of perils if we hope to survive. Bridges must be constructed across divides, common ground discovered, even with the most challenging of species. Navani cleared her throat. Thank you, Dr. Vance. Your perspective is noted. She addressed the council. We will consider Dr. Vance's recommendations. The meeting is adjourned. As the holoscreens winked out, Elias felt a bone-deep weariness. He couldn't gauge the impact of his words, but they had been spoken. He had sown a seed, however small, of a different strategy. Back in the lab, Thorne was engrossed at a console, his fingers dancing across the keys. Holographic displays cast a soft luminescence, revealing intricate biological architectures and enigmatic cultural symbols. Discover anything interesting? Elias inquired, approaching him. Thorne glanced up, a spark of excitement in his gaze. Potentially. I've been deconstructing the KRL's communication protocols. They employ a synthesis of pheromones, vocalizations, and something more. A form of bioelectrical exchange. We're only scratching the surface of understanding. Bioelectrical communication? Elias arched an eyebrow. In what form? Similar to a hive mind. In a sense, Thorne clarified. Not a singular consciousness exerting control, but a network of interconnected minds, sharing data and coordinating actions in real time. This is how they manage their colonies, anticipate threats, and execute warfare. A chill snaked down Elias's spine. The implications resonated heavily. So, their danger is amplified further. Potentially, Thorne conceded. However, this also indicates predictability. Deciphering their communication network unlocks their motivations, their strategies. That we can foresee their moves. He indicated one of the holographic displays, depicting a complex, interconnected web of nodes. This is a schematic of their collective consciousness, my best approximation. Each node represents an individual KRYLL, and the connections detail the flow of information. Elias stared at the display, his mind reeling. The task seemed immense, but the potential payoff was undeniable. Comprehending the KRYLL meant comprehending a foundational facet of the universe, an alternative existence, a divergent mode of thought. So, he said, turning to Thorne, where do we commence? Thorne smiled. With language. I've singled out specific pheromone sequences and vocalizations that appear correlated with particular emotions and intentions. That we must initiate the construction of a lexicon, a KRYLL dictionary. Elias nodded. Very well, let us commence. As they delved into the enigmas of the KRYLL, Elias couldn't suppress his anxieties regarding the future of Earth, of humanity, and of this precarious alliance. He knew the Devourer's return was inevitable, merely a matter of time. And when they did, the fate of the galaxy might rest on their capacity to bridge the chasm, to cultivate trust, or at least comprehension. With the most perilous species in existence, he looked at Thorne. At times, I question if humanity is even prepared for this, for the galaxy itself. Thorne nodded slowly. We weren't. But choice is no longer ours. Adapt or perish, and humanity has demonstrated a knack for adaptation. Thorne turned back to his console. Besides, perhaps the galaxy isn't quite ready for us. Legacy of Hope. The converted server room vibrated with the persistent thrum of recycled cooling systems, a mechanical drone that underscored the solemnity gripping Elias as he stood amidst its workings. Walls of screens pulsed with intricate glyphs, gleaming, organic patterns painstakingly extracted from captured KRYLL data slates. Backlit and cerulean, Thorne adjusted his glasses, a stray silver lock escaping his carefully sculpted hairstyle. Almost there, Elias, he murmured, his voice a deep resonance barely audible above the din. We've nearly unlocked the syntax of their possessives. Turns out the KRYLL view of ownership, it's layered. Elias exhaled a mirthless chuckle. Layered like a plasma strike to the ego. A genuine smile animated Thorn's face, etching fine lines at the edges of his eyes. More layered as in, that which is ingested becomes inseparable from the ingester. Or rather, Darwinian take on belonging. Months had bled into each other, fueled by stale coffee and the oppressive weight of an uncertain future. The KRYLL lexicon, once a scholarly curiosity, had morphed into a lifeline. Each glyph unraveled, each biological imperative understood, represented a defense against the seemingly inevitable resurgence of the devourers. So, Elias began, pivoting from the screen, what does this imply for the cultural exchange initiative? He used the phrase deliberately, acutely aware of the uneasy, coerced partnership with the KRYLL. It mandates a shift in perspective, Thorn responded, leaning back from his console, limbs stretching. Trading agricultural advancements for weapons of mass destruction isn't forging understanding that we have to transcend mere bartering and delve into their societal framework. Elias assented. Precisely why I've been occupied with this. He indicated a slim file resting on his desk. A proposal for the Foundation for Interspecies Accord. Thorn's eyebrow arched. Ambitious, your leverage. Enlightenment, Elias stated. Funding scholarly investigation. Immersion programs, rigorously monitored, naturally. Anything to lessen the divide and prevent this pact from collapsing into open conflict. And you anticipate the Security Council will endorse this? Thorn queried, skepticism lacing his tone. After everything, after Zargatha's actions, after the sacrifices rendered. I can't guarantee it, Elias conceded, raking a hand through thinning hair. But we're compelled to merely vilify them is to court disaster that we mustn't relive the errors of history. Labeling them as monstrosities nearly ceded the galaxy to a true nightmare. The Foundation represented a gamble, a frantic plea for reason in a world teetering on lunacy. It was a faint signal of hope combating overwhelming despair. Elias channeled his energies into it, composing proposals, influencing council members, even bearing the patronizing looks of those who still branded him the individual who dealt away humanity's spirit. Unexpectedly, support arrived from Navani. Burdened by her own culpability and accountability, she perceived the Foundation as an act of reparation, a route toward a future where humanity transcended mere survival. She employed her sway, her political influence, to secure funding and resources, steering the proposal through the bureaucratic maze. The Foundation materialized, a modest, underfunded entity operating from a renovated storage facility on the fringes of a rebuilt Washington, D.C., but it constituted a beginning. Elias dedicated his days to dissecting KRYLL linguistics, collaborating with Thorn and a small cadre of committed researchers. They dissected the intricacies of KRYLL honor, the complexities of their hierarchical arrangement, the chilling efficiency of their war tactics. Steadily, meticulously, understanding germinated. He also began chronicling a series of personal entries, not for official eyes, but for his own reckoning, an outlet to process the trauma, the blame, the nascent hope that stubbornly resisted obliteration. Record 27.08.2347. The specters assail me, the faces of the fallen, both human and KRYLL. They populate my nightmares, their stares accusatory, their silent screams echoing. Zargath is no more. He met his end as he lived, a warrior to the last. That I never truly understood him. That I perceived him as a creature of savagery, a brute. Yet, he was more complex. A chieftain, a guardian of his people, and he offered me trust, in his own manner. We exchanged technology for preservation. A straightforward transaction, I rationalized. But the cost was far greater than anticipated. That we compromised our values, our moral code. We embraced a darkness previously unknown within ourselves. Thorn believes we're progressing with the lexicon. That he posits that comprehension is paramount in averting future conflicts. That I pray he's correct. I desperately yearn for him to be correct. Late one afternoon, After a particularly draining session decoding KRLL combat doctrines, Elias discovered himself on the Foundation's rooftop, surveying the city's skyline. The Devourer assault had left lasting scars, imprinted on the terrain like age lines on a weathered face. He sensed a nearby presence. Navani, her countenance etched with weariness, yet her eyes radiating a flicker of conviction. "How are you faring, Elias?" she inquired, her tone gentle. "Still standing," he replied, forcing a brief smile, attempting to make sense of the fragments. "The burden weighs heavy," she observed, her gaze directed towards the city. "What we were compelled to do. We acted by necessity," Elias said, his voice hardening. "We safeguarded humanity." "At what price?" she queried, the words barely audible. Elias offered no response. The price defied calculation. The price encompassed everything. "I have faith in your endeavors here, Elias," Navani said, pivoting to face him. "I remain convinced that understanding is the sole path forward. We cannot permit fear and animosity to consume us." "Thank you, Navani," Elias responded, his voice laced with deep gratitude. "That sentiment surpasses anything you can imagine." They stood in contemplative silence, observing the distant city lights. The air possessed a chill crispness, carrying the faint tang of impending rain. "The Devourers will return," Navani voiced, shattering the quiet. "We both acknowledge that inevitability." "Then we must be prepared," Elias said, his voice now infused with resolution. "Equipped with our defenses and our insights that we will engage them, not merely with advanced weaponry, but with comprehension, with empathy, with an unshakable conviction in a brighter future." Record 15.12.2347. The dictionary nears completion that we've charted their language, deciphered their societal structures, even touched upon their philosophical underpinnings. Theirs is a harsh, unrelenting doctrine, forged over millennia of relentless struggle, but it is, nonetheless, a structured philosophy. My interactions with the KRYLL delegation have grown. They remain apprehensive, yet simultaneously curious. They perceive us as fragile, frail, yet also discern our potential. They acknowledge our capacity for innovation, our fortitude in the face of hardship. Complete trust remains elusive. I am unsure if it will ever be attainable. Yet, I hold them in respect that I respect their resilience, their tenacity, their unwavering dedication to survival. The Foundation expands that we are drawing in gifted researchers, committed educators, and even a handful of courageous individuals willing to journey into KRYLL domain, that we are constructing bridges, one phrase, one gesture, one shared experience at a time. The shape of the future remains veiled. I cannot foresee if true coexistence with the KRYLL is even achievable, but I am resolved that we must attempt it. Our debt is to ourselves, to our progeny, to the memory of those sacrificed. Sleep became a rare commodity for Elias. Nightmares and visions of devastation continued to assail him. Yet, he relentlessly pursued his work, fueled by a sense of purpose he hadn't known in years. He understood the pact with the KRLL to be a bargain with uncertain dividends. He knew the future remained perilous, that the Devourers would inevitably return. The galaxy perpetually balanced on the edge of annihilation. But humanity, he also knew, had gained valuable insight. Strength, it turned out, was not merely about wielding power, but about resilience, adaptability, a readiness to embrace the unknown. That he settled at his desk, the soft glow of the monitor illuminating his face, and began to draft his concluding entry. Record 01.01.2348. The new year is upon us. Perhaps a nascent chapter unfolds, or perhaps we merely stumble closer to the chasm. I have witnessed the darkness, that I have traversed the valley of shadows, and from that crossing, I have emerged, marked but unbowed. We struck a bargain with forces previously imagined, and in that exchange, we gleaned something about ourselves. We are not divine, that we are not invulnerable, that we are merely, irrevocably, human, but our capacity for greatness remains, our capacity for empathy, compassion, understanding. And within those qualities, I now believe, lies our greatest instrument. Elias Vance, Whispers of the Void. The KRYL console's drone had become a near-constant fixture of Elias's existence, a subterranean pulse that resonated in his very marrow. Days bled into one another within the lab's sterile confines, his sustenance reduced to flavorless protein and the jittery edge of synthesized stimulants. The Foundation's progress, buoyed by Navani's indispensable aid through the post-devourer bureaucracy, still crawled when it came to deciphering the KRYLL technology. Each symbol, each modulated wave, potentially unlocked not only their enigmatic allies' mindset, but also the key to predicting their future conduct. He initiated another scan of the salvaged KRYL communication array. The cool metal chilled his fingertips, a sharp contrast to the inferno of his thoughts. He felt as though he hunted phantoms, straining to capture whispers, to span the gulf of an alien psyche. Thorne's arrival had been a gift, her linguistic abilities dwarfing his own, yet even she conceded their efforts only grazed the surface. The KRYL's mode of communication wasn't simply language. It embodied their ruthless, survival-oriented culture. Abruptly, a strident, jarring clang shattered the lab's monotonous thrum. Elias recoiled, his hand flying towards the kill switch. The alert didn't originate from the KRYL console. However, IT blared from the long-range listening post, a vestige of the Devourer conflict. Repurposed to patrol the void beyond our solar system, he spun in his chair, his heart drumming a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The listening post had remained largely dormant for months, its steady stream of cosmic background radiation almost soothing. What disturbance could have possibly triggered it now? "Report," he rasped, his voice raspy from disuse. A frazzled technician, her face ashen in the flickering light of the monitors, hurried toward him. "Dr. Vance, we've picked up a signal, exceedingly faint, but undeniably anomalous." Elias brushed past her, riveted by the screen that a maelstrom of waveforms surged across the display, barely distinguishable from the static veil. Source: undetermined, deep space, beyond the Oort cloud. Heavily encrypted, unlike anything we've encountered, even during the Devourer incursion. A chill permeated his very being. Not the Devourers. This was something novel, something utterly unknown. The cosmos, it seemed, was determined to deny humankind respite. "Initiate a full spectral analysis," he commanded, his voice strained. "Cross-reference it against every known interstellar communication standard, even the hypothetical ones that I need to ascertain what we're confronting." The technician nodded, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The air thickened with an almost tangible tension. Elias stood transfixed, his gaze locked on the chaotic waveforms, a deep sense of foreboding washing over him. The ensuing silence was oppressive, broken only by the server's whir and the frenzied tapping of keys. "Dr. Vance," the technician finally announced, her voice quivering slightly. "The analysis is inconclusive. We've isolated fragments of recognized communication protocols, but they're arranged in an utterly incoherent fashion. It's as if someone is deliberately garbling the signal. Deliberately garbling the signal. That implied sentience, that implied purpose, and purpose, in the vast, uncaring expanse of space, was rarely benign. Attempt to isolate the core frequency," he pressed. "Perhaps we can filter out the noise." Hours dissolved into a desperate chase of the intangible. They deployed every decryption method at their disposal, every theoretical construct of alien communication. Yet the signal remained stubbornly opaque, an enticing murmur from the void that refused to divulge its secrets. Finally, as the first light of day painted the lab windows, they managed to isolate a single, recurring sequence from within the jumbled signal that a succession of pulses, short and long, arranged in an intricate pattern. Elias's mind raced as he deciphered the sequence that IT felt vaguely familiar, almost intrinsic. "Play it back," he breathed, scarcely above a whisper. The technician hesitated. "Dr. Vance, are you certain? We have no idea what it might do." "Play it back," he reiterated, his tone resolute. She depressed a button that a series of clicks and whistles filled the lab, an eerie, disquieting tune that bypassed his conscious thought. Burrowing directly into his subconscious, he felt a tremor course through him, a primal dread he couldn't articulate. Then, comprehension dawned that IT wasn't language, Not in the conventional sense that IT was a marker to a plea for aid, but from whom, and originating where. The implications plunged him into icy depths. The devourers had fallen, yet the cosmos was boundless, brimming with unfathomable horrors. Had something else been roused? Had humankind traded one apocalypse for another? He dismissed the technician and paced toward the lab's observation deck. He gazed out at the stars, pinpoints of light against an endless ebony backdrop. Every star, every remote galaxy, represented a potential menace, a potential ally, a potential tomb that he reflected on Navani, her staunch resolve, her willingness to forfeit everything for her people's sake. He thought of Thorn, her relentless efforts to grasp the KRYLL, her faith in the possibility of accord. And he recalled the countless lives snuffed out during the Devourer conflict, the sacrifices that had granted humankind a reprieve. He felt the weight of accountability bear down on him, heavier than ever. The KRYLL accord was tenuous, erected upon a framework of desperation and reciprocal self-preservation. Should a new threat emerge, could it weather the storm? Could humanity, still reeling from the Devourer war, withstand another existential trial? He clenched his fists, knuckles strained. He couldn't foresee the future. He couldn't fathom the terrors lurking in the void. Yet he understood he couldn't afford to succumb to fear. He must steel humanity for whatever lay ahead. He devoted the subsequent hours to scrutinizing every fragment of data, consulting with Thorn, even dispatching a secure message to Navani, carefully crafted to avert sparking panic. The KRYLL were already on edge, their warriors restless. The last thing they needed was an unsubstantiated threat from the reaches of space. Thorn, as ever, approached the quandary with incisive logic. The signal's complexity suggests a highly developed civilization, she observed, her brow furrowed in concentration. However, the fragmented nature of the communication protocol indicates some form of disruption, perhaps a war, a cataclysm, or even technological collapse. Or perhaps it's a snare, Elias countered, his gaze hardening. A beacon to lure unsuspecting vessels into a war zone. That's certainly within the realm of possibility, Thorn conceded. But we can't discount the possibility that they genuinely require assistance. The dilemma gnawed at him. Humanity had been on the receiving end of galactic indifference for far too long. Could they afford to turn their backs on a possible cry for help, even at the risk of their own survival? He ultimately settled on a strategy. They would persist in tracking the signal, dissecting its patterns, and striving to understand its true intent. Simultaneously, they would brace for the worst. He ordered a full-scale readiness exercise for all Earth Defense Forces and authorized the construction of supplemental energy frequency weapons as a safeguard. That evening, Elias returned to the observation deck, his gaze drawn to the stars. The subtle, ethereal glow of the Milky Way arced across the heavens, a silent testament to the immensity and enigma of the universe. An overwhelming sense of isolation washed over him, a feeling of being cast adrift in an endless cosmic sea. He thought of his wife, Sarah, her smile, her unwavering optimism. He wondered how she would have navigated this. He knew she would have embraced hope. Even facing insurmountable odds, he inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the cool night air. That he couldn't resurrect Sarah, he couldn't rewrite history, but he could honor her memory by fighting for a brighter tomorrow, one where humankind could stand resolute. Facing whatever tribulations lay ahead, he watched a shooting star cascade across the sky, a transient flash of beauty in the vast gloom. He closed his eyes and made a silent plea for strength, courage, and the wisdom to guide humankind through the impending tempest. When he opened his eyes, he felt a renewed resolve. He was no longer simply a scientist, a bereaved husband, a man haunted by his past. He was a protector, a guardian, a beacon of hope for a species on the knife's edge. The future was uncertain. The whispers from the void were ominous. But Elias Vance stood ready. That he stood tall, silhouetted against the starry firmament, an embodiment of humanity's tenacity, its adaptability, and its unwavering dedication to survival. He would face what came next, armed with the remnants of hope, answering a new call.